Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Esmond Lee, JP, Deputy Secretary for Education, Education Bureau, Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Our officiating guest, Mr. Tongji Tai, JP, Chairman of the Vocational Training Council, VTC. Mr. Donald Tong, GBS, JP, Executive Director of VTC. Dr. Michael Wang, Deputy Executive Director of VTC. Ms. Gladys Yam, Deputy Executive Director of VTC. Professor Eric Yim, Chairman of the Hong Kong Design Center. Dr. Lei Lin Ong, Principal of the Hong Kong Design Institute. Distinguished guests, teachers, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of the makeshift VPET Design Forum 2024. This forum is part of the Hong Kong Design Center's BODW in the City series of events. Today, we would like to invite you to explore the current context and alternative futures of design practices and education. I'm Sarah Tong from VTC, and I'm the MC for today. Welcome, everyone. It is our pleasure to invite Mr. Tongji Tai, JP, Chairman of VTC, to deliver a welcome address. Mr. Tai, please.
Esmond, Professor Ramanathan, Professor Xin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Vocational Training Council, VTC, I warmly welcome you to the makeshift VTC VPET Design Forum 2024, a signature event organized by our member institution, Hong Kong Design Institute, HKDI. Many thanks to each and every one of you for being here, making this inaugural forum a reality, especially our keynote speakers, namely Professor Rathna Ramanathan, Head of Central St. Martin's and Vice Chancellor of the University of the Arts, London, and Professor Xiangyang Xin from Tongji University and Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, who have traveled to Hong Kong to share their insights. We are also deeply grateful to Mr. Esmond Lee, Deputy Secretary for Education, for addressing this event. As disruptive technologies advance, the field of design is undergoing significant changes, highlighting the urgency for vocational and professional education and training, VPET, in design to shift. In line with the government's vision to advocate VPET and develop high-quality arts, cultural, and creative industries, HKDI is committed to cultivating knowledge, professionalism, and new talent for the creative industries through the provision of quality and relevant VPET. We also seek collaborations with esteemed institutions and industry partners worldwide to foster creativity and innovation through design. The Makeshift Forum aims to provide an inspiring platform for educators, industry experts, and students to engage in meaningful discussions and collaborative workshops. We have an exciting program lined up today, featuring presentations from our keynote speakers, as well as sharing from our industry partners, academic staff, and students on their exemplary collaborative projects. thanks to 3 creators from France, namely Nicolas Dinot and Benoit Bonnet-Chonifit and Roland Latourneur. They will bring us an emerging, engaging graphic performance this afternoon. I'm sure the forum will fill you with creative inspirations as we explore the current context and alternative future of design practices and education. Today's event is not just about sharing knowledge. It is about redefining design practices and adapting to the rapid advancements in technology. As we embark on this shifting journey together, let's ignite conversations, spark creativity, and collectively make a difference in the design landscape. Thank you for being here today, and I wish you all an enriching and inspiring experience at the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Please take your seat. I would now like to invite Mr. Esmond Lee, JP, Deputy Secretary for Education, Education Bureau, to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Lee, please.
Tony, teachers, honorable guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very delighted to join you this morning at the Hong Kong Design Institute to mark the opening of the makeshift VPET Design Forum 2024. As technologies advance and disrupt the status quo, many disciplines are correspondingly evolving, and so must vocational and professional education training in design. As a collaborative platform, this forum explores evolving design practices in education, fosters collaboration between industries and institutions, and discusses the role of VPET in adapting to disruptive technologies and industry shifts. I'm sure the forum brings together thought leaders, industry experts, and students to delve into the current landscapes and future developments of the world of arts, design, and education. With keynote addresses from preeminent scholars from London, Guangzhou, and around the world, I have no doubt that this forum will fascinate and educate all of us and will inspire creativity and innovation in the design industry. Organizing this forum is surely no easy feat. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the vocational training and, for that matter, Hong Kong Design Institute, the hard work and dedication of which have made this forum possible. Your commitment to advancing VPET in design and facilitating cross-cultural exchanges is really commendable, and I congratulate you all upon this remarkable achievement. In today's rapidly changing world, the role of VPET has never been more crucial. As industries transform and new technologies emerge, it's imperative that we equip our students with the skills they need to thrive in their chosen fields. And of course, the government plays an important role in this regard, working closely with our counterparts in the education sector to promote VPET, which plays a pivotal role in broadening the learning opportunities for young people and working adults, as well as nurturing the requisite human capital for Hong Kong's development. To provide the manpower needed for sustaining the social and economic development of Hong Kong, the current term government has adopted the strategy of fostering industry institution collaboration and diversifying development in promoting VPET proactively. For that matter, VTC, the largest VTC provider in Hong Kong, is one of our key partners. VTC and its 14 member institutions, including Hong Kong DI, they are committed to providing quality, flexible, and diversified VPET pathways with multiple entry and exit points for young people with different aspirations and abilities. thereby giving more opportunities for young people to showcase their talents. Hong Kong DI is one of the most influential design institutions in Hong Kong, offers quality programs in the fields of a number of disciplines. Over the years, Hong Kong DI has emerged as an exemplar in nurturing design talents to support the development of Hong Kong's creative industries. The government has all along been supporting VTC's efforts in enhancing VPET promotion. In this year's budget, the government has granted some 680 million for VTC's various projects, including stepping up support for student exchange activities, which are so important in the learning of students, strengthening assistance for students with special educational needs, and encouraging employers to provide further workplace learning opportunities. Furthermore, as announced in this year's policy address, the government will build a campus for VTC's newly established Hong Kong Institute of Information Technology and develop its lift and escalator technology center. The government will continue to work hand in hand with the VTC in promoting VPET. Design is not merely an aesthetic pursuit. It is a powerful tool for problem solving and innovation. In VPET, design thinking encourages students to approach day-to-day challenges creatively. As we embark on this forum, let us remember that our collective efforts can shape the future of VPET in design. With the unceasing efforts from VTC and the Hong Kong Design Institute, I'm certain together we can nurture skilled students that not only meet industry standards and demands, but also inspire creativity and passion in our students. In closing, I'd like to express again my appreciation to VTC and Hong Kong DI for staging this forum. May our discussions be fruitful, our collaborations meaningful, and our impact lasting. Thank you for being here today and for your unwavering commitment to advancing VPET in design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Please remain on stage for the group photo. To celebrate this special moment, I would like to invite all of our officiating guests on stage to join us for a group photo. Mr. Tong Li Tai, JP. Mr. Donald Tong, GBS JP. Dr. Michael Wang. Ms. Gladys Yam. Professor Eric Yim. Dr. Lei Lian Ong. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheers. One more. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Thank you, everyone. Please remain on stage for another group photo. I would like to invite the following guests on stage to join us for another group photo. Our keynote speakers, Professor Rathna Ramanathan, Head of College, Central St. Martin's, and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of the Arts London. Professor Xiangyang Xin, Professor at Tongji University and Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts and founder of XXY Innovation. Our performers, Mr. Nicolas Delon, Mr. Benoit Bonmaison-Fit, and Mr. Conan Nutunion. And senior executives of the Hong Kong Design Institute, HKDI. May I also invite Clara CG of Czech? and Senior Executives of the Hong Kong Design Institute, HKDI, Dr. Elita Lam, Vice Principal. Mr. Keith Tam, Vice Principal. Mr. Michael Chen, Head of Academic Development. Mr. Terence Wong, Head of Academic Development. Okay, let's look at the camera together. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Oh, sorry. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheers. One more. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay, one more photo, please. Thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheers. Thank you. Mr. Tai, Professor Ramanathan, Professor Xin, Mr. Delong, Mr. Benoit, and Mr. Honon, please remain on your position on the stage for the souvenir presentation. All other guests, please take your seats. May I invite some of the guests to stand on the left and on the right of Mr. Tongji Tai, please? To express our gratitude, we would like to present a souvenir to our keynote speakers and performers. I would now like to invite Mr. Tongji Tai to present the souvenirs. Mr. Tai, please. Would Professor Ramanathan please receive the souvenir from Mr. Tai? Then Professor Xin, please. Mr. DeLong, please. Mr. Benoit, please. And Mr. Honon, please. Let's take a group photo together. Please have a group photo together. Okay, 1, 2, 3, cheers. One more. 1, 2, 3, cheers. Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. And this concludes the opening ceremony. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Keith Tam, Vice Principal of HKDI and Chair of the Makeshift VPET Design Forum 2024, to give us an introduction to the program. Mr. Tam, please.
Hi everyone, a very warm welcome to the Hong Kong Design Institute for the Makeshift VPET Design Forum today. I hope you're as excited as I am about today's program, where we're going to explore current contexts and alternative futures of design practices and education. But first thing first, right? I think you have heard VPET many times by now. So I'm going to test you. What does it stand for? Okay. It's vocational and professional education and training. And I think this is quite nice that we have the word vocation in this, right? Because vocation means a calling, right? 中文我哋叫志業，係咪？ It's a bounden duty, a sense of mission. It is distinct from a job, 職業, or a career, 事業. So I think this is quite meaningful. And then the other day I was looking at, ancient Chinese characters, as one does in their free time. What do you think this means? What do you think is a symbol of, or a character of? Or what does it look like? It's the character hang, walk. It means walking. But what does it look like to you? It looks like crossroads to me, right? Which I thought was quite meaningful. In fact, that was the original meaning of this character some 3,000 years ago. Right? That's the origin of the word. But also, we also use this, extend the meaning of this literal meaning of walking to action, conduct, and behavior. And I thought doesn't this rhymes with what we do in VPET? Because we pride ourselves in thinking and doing, the integration of thinking and doing. But what's interesting is thinking and doing is one thing. Crossroads, it's a planned view of a street. There are 4 decisions you have to make. So you have to think and make careful decisions of what you do. So knowing, 知, and acting, 行. Ideally, we want to integrate the two. That's why I really love this word, praxis, which has an ancient Greek origin of an integration of theory and practice. We don't talk about theory and practice as 2 separate things, but as one thing, the integration of knowing and acting. And of course, we also have the saying, 知易行難. Knowing is easy, acting is very hard. It's very difficult. And I love this quote by Yogi Berra. Actually, there's some disputes about who said this, but I think this really sums up the essence of what we do in VPET, vocational and professional education and training. So why are we calling this forum Make Shift? Of course, our think and do approach means that we as designers and artists and creative professionals, we make things, we make objects, we make artifacts, we make films, we make things that people use and interact with. But how about makeshift? What does that mean? It's something that sounds like it's temporary, right? Or something that is kind of like unpredictable, right? And we have this slang in Cantonese, 執生, right? It's a slang of the ability to be able to handle difficult or tough situations, to improvise and take things as they come. Doesn't this ring the bell for you as a design practitioner? Because we are constantly trying to find solutions that work, right? And this is precisely what designers do. We make do with limited resources to make the best of it, to make things work. It's not a formula that gives a single answer, but there are many answers that we have to assess and evaluate to choose the most satisfactory one. So I thought this was quite interesting. So it's not makeshift, really. It's a play on words. It's making, but shifting. Because, as the chairman mentioned, we need to be able to shift our mindset as we approach a new kind of future, different types of future, because of technological disruptions, because of economic situations, especially in the post-pandemic era. We really need to think about how we shift and the alternative futures that we might have. So we make and then we shift. So let's start the conference on this note. Welcome to Make Shift, VPET Design Forum 2024. So let me introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Rathna Ramanathan. Rathna, I've known Rathna for a number of years. Rathna, as you've heard, is head of College of Central St. Martin's, College of Art and Design, and also Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Arts London. But previous to this post, she was Dean of Academic Strategy at Central St. Martin's, where she actually graduated as well with a master's degree. And she grew up in Chennai, India. And I think what's interesting about Rathna's work is the intercultural aspects, because she's also Professor of Intercultural Communications, so she knows how to navigate in between different cultures and different ideas and different concepts. So I thought, you know, Rathna would be a very fitting keynote speaker for our forum today. So please welcome Rathna Ramanathan.
Down, isn't it? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. How wonderful it is to be in Hong Kong, a city that has such a rich mix of cultures and is international in every way. Thank you to VPET, and I know what the VPET stands for now. Amazing. And to HKDI for the very warm welcome. It's great to also have the introduction to education as well as industry. So thank you so much for setting the scene. So as Keith mentioned, the conference looks at how we must shift and consider alternative futures for design and education. I'm myself a designer and an educator, so I'm going to focus a lot more about education, but design practice, and also collaboration with industry. And I will be using Central St. Martin's, where I'm from, as a case study. So when we speak or write or communicate, we rarely acknowledge that what we present, how we look at the world, how we think is shaped by our own context, our biases, and our agendas. And this is really important to realize, particularly for designers, because we design for people who are often not like us. So it's really important that we realize how we relate to other people through different cultures and contexts. So I'm going to start by providing a very brief introduction to give you some context. And I don't want you to take what I'm saying as the view, or this is how it should be, but I'd like you to reflect on whether that might have some sense for you in the context that you work in. I was born, as Keith said, in Chennai, in India. We were also under a colony, and it was called Madras. I went to an English-speaking school, but that was unlike 90% of Indian children. So it was a middle-class upbringing, and therefore extremely privileged compared to a lot of Indian children. And in my education, we only read books by English or American authors because books in our languages were not available at that time. That is changing now, but at that time, it was not available. So I work primarily with publishing as a platform. It's a framework for communicating with people and intercultural communication, which means between different cultures, contexts, and languages. And the work is sometimes translated into other languages and contexts. I'm great to have our French colleagues here, so I have a little French text that's just come out. And sometimes this is books, sometimes it's a 100-year research project, for example, that's at Harvard University, and sometimes it's a roadshow for rural India, where people are often not paid attention to because they don't have buying power. So it's a range of things that have to do with communication making change. Now, as Keith said, I'm an immigrant. I went to the UK from India, first as a student and then as a member of staff. And I worked at the Royal College before I was at Central St. Martin's. Now, why do I say this as a part of it? Because there is a tension there between immigrating somewhere, but also being at the head of a very prominent institution. There is a Pakistani-American academic who speaks about this, and he says, many of the concerns, questions, and observations I'm about to raise come from my own experiences of negotiating between the East and the West, trying to figure out my own sense of practice as a designer and researcher. So this is one aspect of what Keith was talking about, of thinking through making. Because to understand how you could be coming from the East but work in the West, or come from the West and work in the East, how can we bridge and translate contexts and cultures to make our contribution together? Now, when I visit any country, the first thing I do is I go to a supermarket, because it's great to have a sense of how everybody, what is the culture like? Of course, this makes me a completely useless shopper, but I just walk around looking at the aisles. So when I first visited America, I was very taken by this, which is an entire aisle that was dedicated to mustard and to ketchup. And I just thought, how many different kinds of mustard do we need in this world? So there is this sense of like excess and of more. And growing up in India, this was never the case of what was success or happiness. Now, a journalist asked the Black American author Toni Morrison, are you happy? Because we equate happiness with success. And she said, that's irrelevant. Why don't we just do something together? Something constructive, something creative, and then if it makes us happy, that's fine. But if it doesn't, at least we have tilled the garden, we've baked the bread, we've written the book, we've engaged with the community. So this is a talk about us as a community of people doing something constructive and creative together through practice. I want to talk a bit about happiness for a moment. Now, as Eon magazine noted recently, we live in very short-term times. Our societies are dominated by very nearsighted media and business, and this is focused very much on now rather than longer-term patterns that shape and impact our world. So in a tech-dominated age, our lives on screens prevent us from experiencing the mysteries and the transformation of life. So the World Happiness Report in 2024 showed something very disturbing. It said that young people were less happier now than they ever have been before. And there are multiple reasons for this. The first is social media and social isolation. The second is political polarization. Many of the issues we face in the world today are a result of communication. And as designers and educators, we are complicit in this. We are part of this because we frame these things. How we speak about them, how we visualize them, is something that we need to be accountable for. And this is also about very everyday communication. So this is a sculpture in London. It's right outside the London School of Economics, and it's made by a man called Mark Wallinger. It's a very tourist area, and as everybody's walking towards it, no matter the language, the age, the gender, they all say the same thing. Can you guess what they say? It's upside down. How can something that's round be upside down? So this is my question, because I think this is fundamentally a design issue. We value West over East, North over South, and we educate our children with exactly the same imbalances. And this is something that we need to change. Another factor impacting happiness is rising costs in the job market. This is a picture of migrant workers traveling from their cities to their rural homes when the pandemic hit India. And everybody was told to work from home. But their home was millions of miles away. So what does it mean to work from home when you don't have a home near you? And I note this here because I feel that our systems are still designing for the minority that can afford these things rather than the majority that needs these things. And that also needs to change. The final factor that's contributing to unhappiness amongst young people is climate change and uncertainty. Global warming is projected to commit over 1/3 of the Earth's animal and plant species to extinction by 2050. So if current greenhouse emissions continue in this way, and this would be a catastrophic loss which would reduce biodiversity, but would also impact us as human beings and human societies across the world. So my question to us is, what can we as an international group of educators and designers and people working in industry do about this? And I'd like to answer this by using the 3 questions proposed by the Makeshift conference. What alternative futures can we envision for design practices and education? What are the core values and skill sets of designers? And how can we collaborate and form partnerships to provide authentic learning? So I will answer each of these briefly using what we do at Central St. Martin's. To the first question about alternative futures, Christopher Smith, Professor Smith is the executive chair of the UK Arts and Humanities Research Council. And he said that culture is a very important part of our work, that we must expand this in 2 ways. The first is we should not be so distant from science. We must form a common cause with science because it faces different kinds of threats. So you could see things happening with the recent election, that there is an anti-scientism that's starting to develop, which is a rejection of culture, it's a rejection of inquiry, it's a rejection of curiosity, and a care for the future, because we are always looking forward to what may come. So by standing to one side of science and saying we're very different from science, he says we have failed to make the case that science is a unified field. More unites us than separates us in how we study ourselves and the world. So he refers to the humanities as the human sciences, with the scientific method rooted in what makes us human. The second point that he says is that we in art and design need to be much clearer about our role in and for and with society. We need to show how care for an individual or a group can translate to a wider commitment to marginalized people as well as animals and other humans. Now, the danger that's noted by Professor Smith is not theoretical, but a real one. Now, in the West, since the 2008 financial crisis, students and parents have been questioning the value of creative disciplines in relation to future employment prospects. The British academic Jonathan Bates speaks about this, and he says, the questions that are being asked are, why should we care about the past when the future is so uncertain? Why do we need language degrees when we will soon have instant AI translation? What will the creative industries or disciplines help me do? Now at Central St. Martin's, we understand that design is at the brink of great change, and there is a galvanizing call to consider the practices and knowledges of art and design. To remain at the heart of creative education, in an era of polarization and new intelligences, we must rethink the systems, the technologies, and the skills, as well as the sectors that we partner with as designers and educators. So we're really committed to the role that design education can play in regenerating creativity for planetary good. At CSM, or Central St. Martin's, we see ourselves as a living systems lab. We want our students and staff to be a part of our community and to practice how we want them to be in the world when they come to us. And this means a regenerative approach. You must leave something better than you found it. And you must try and have as little impact in the world in terms of planetary ways as possible through the disciplines, and therefore how we actually teach them. So what this means is when you walk into the building or the community, we ask you to think about what you eat, how you buy, what you make, how you are with other students and staff. We're also changing the way we operate. We have a net zero target that we want to reach by 2050. So the way we teach, the way we research and exchange knowledge, we're rethinking all of that in relation to systems. And we're doing this in 3 ways. First, by shifting to a value-led organization that is intercultural, that's community-centered, and working with our students that come from across the world to do this. 2, to consider the future of our disciplines, but in a transdisciplinary context. And 3, to reimagine the ways of thinking, being, and practicing in education so we can convey this and work with our students. So the first step to creating a value-led organization is to bring our community together and structure us with a single purpose. And for us, this is led by this one question. Underlying this question is, of course, the understanding that the word human has traditionally excluded many people, which is women, people of color, LGBTQ communities, people with disabilities, indigenous communities, migrants, people of diverse ethnicities and nationalities from across the world. So it's important to ask how emergent design practices, including those that might decenter us as humans, might also support equality and justice for humans as well as animals. Of course, it's not just enough to ask the question. And as heads of our organization, our role is to enable this to happen. So as an organization, Centro St. Martin's is these 3 things. It's a cultural institution, it's an educational organization, and it's also a business. And we need all of these to address the challenges that we face to champion creative education. So let me first talk about culture. We must convey and bring people from outside the university to the university. We need local communities to understand the mission of education. So last year, we held about 300 teaching and research-related events. In 2023, we had about 65,000 visitors to these events. In 23-24, it was 75,000. And pre-pandemic, 90,000 people from outside of the university came to these events. In education, as Keith has mentioned, we must understand the relevance of what we teach to our students so it can keep them for the rest of their careers. And business is the real connection with the creative industries to the future of work and to provide students with opportunities to work within the curriculum, which I know VPET does very strongly. Now, one of our colleagues, Kipum Lee, wrote about this in an article called Institutions as Objects in Fourth Order Design. And he said we need a pluralistic framework, something that absorbs many different kinds of ways of doing, to better understand and to shape and reshape our organizations. So when we ask the question, what does it mean to be human in a more than human world, we're really refocusing what an art and design college should focus on and how it can work. So this manifests in 5 principles. This organizes and articulates our college mission. You might call them values. And we use these values to organize our priorities, our strategic ambitions, to provide ethical guidance for partnerships, and to articulate to our students what we stand for to help them practice how we want them to be when they go out into the world. That the work that you do must have an impact beyond just your individual self, address shared conditions. That when we disagree, that we will find a way to seek common ground, that even if we disagree with each other, designers are very good at finding that common ground through creative practice. that the whole life of the college is a material. So just because you're working on a sustainable design doesn't mean that you can go out and use plastic, for example. You must live the values that you are using in your practice. And practice for us is very important. Human practice as well as design practice. That when you come in, that you work with people not like yourself, in different disciplines, to understand how we can create something that's better than all of us being put together. And of course, there is no connection in education without the outside. So this external connection, the relationships that we have with industry are really an important part of that. So I guess this is a really important first aspect of it. I'm going to move to the next bit, which is the core values and skills of our designers. And we think that we cannot actually address the challenges that are coming up, planetary challenges or other challenges, through the lens of one discipline. So we feel that we need to consider the future of our disciplines in a transdisciplinary context. Design practices, as we heard about this morning, needs to evolve in order to stay relevant, to cope with the new problems that we're facing societally. And we need to equip our students with life skills that can be applied anywhere. Now, there's a lot of talk recently about AI replacing our skills. And the real limitations of AI lie with problems such as the way that machine learning can amplify human bias. It replicates our bias. Or, for example, that as organizations, we trust AI to be objective when it is not. So to train students to engage responsibly with AI and new technologies, we believe that a transdisciplinary perspective is essential. So we're reorganizing ourselves at CSM. This is how we are currently organized in 8 different disciplinary programs, and there are courses within them, and there are deans leading them. And you might call this a multidisciplinary environment. At the start of the year, we've changed that, and we started to pull together the commonalities, the connections into one place to form a more interdisciplinary approach, which is what our students are asking for, and we call this schools of thought. So I'll give one example. At Centre St. Martin's, our architecture program is situated within an art school context. And this interdisciplinary setting has become fundamental to how we teach and practice as a community. And from the very origins of Central and St. Martin's, we pioneered an educational approach that broke down the superiority of the high arts and combined them with things like design and architectural practice. So this equal nature of the disciplines has been very important to us. The program is called Spatial Practices. It's not a department of architecture. It's not a department of built environment. And this is intentional to create an open discourse of positions, approaches, and practices within and about space. And this working together helps us find new forms. We find new materials. You could see by the examples over here in terms of bacterial printing. We have a course called Biodesign that combines design and science and art together. And this bridging of disciplinary, professional, and cultural boundaries allows us to think of new and innovative solutions. We work across art and science, across architecture and fashion, across computing and performance, with the idea to innovate and regenerate. The biggest change is the schools of thought. They are not named by discipline. So we don't have a school of art or a school of design. We're Centre St. Martin's, and a lot of people call us C, S, and M. So we decided to be flexible about that. So we have a C school, an S school, and an M school. I think I want to be clear, we're not abandoning our disciplines, but we think we have to take an alternative route to those disciplines that's based on thematics and context. And we want to invigorate our disciplines of art and design and fashion in different ways, because we need this to address the challenges and the context of the world, whether that's technology such as AI or whether that's the climate crisis. So our true aim is to move to create an equity praxis, as Keith said, both theory and practice beyond a disciplinary perspective to address social and environmental issues that we're facing, and to lift our students into new skills and abilities. So we're currently on a journey of establishing our schools. C is for culture, and this works with the premise that culture is a crucial form of inquiry and expression that's open to the world, working with other fields of knowledge. System brings art and design practice to the human. It's place-based, ethical challenges of a world shaped by human systems. And of course, material, sustainable, regenerative, issues of climate justice through art and design, but focused on the body. And this combination of knowledge and life skills, culture, system, and material, and we have a collaborative unit that brings this together, will help address anything that any of the students will pursue in the future. Because we want them to be lifelong learners, and we want them to be lifelong learners in the case of planetary challenges. And we think that this gives them the context to do so. To my final question, how can we collaborate and make authentic learning? We do this, I would say, by rethinking three things: ways of thinking, ways of practicing, and ways of being. What do I mean by thinking? When I did my master's at St. Martin's, I read books such as this. This was knowledge that was presented to me as the story of the world. This is how printing happened in the world, with McLuhan, with Eisenstein, and with Morrison. But it took me a long time to understand that this was not the case, and that design is often framed by a Western canon. There is another story to be told. Because we know that printing predates Gutenberg, not only by means of xylography, whose use within China spread from about 700 CE, but also by movable type in East Asia, metal type in Korea in the 16th century. So the astronomy of print is not this single galaxy that McLuhan says, but it's actually a pluriverse with multiple points of origin, and Asia is one of its cradles. Now we know that every decision a designer makes, every typeface, every image, every color, affects the message that we communicate. And design, to be meaningful, must also always absorb its context. So this is a very famous text in the UK about the crystal goblet, which talks about typography must always be transparent and neutral. But when you come from a context that is not neutral, this doesn't make any sense. So we need to find our own methods that are related to what we do based on where we are. Those of us based in and working from Asia or from Asia must also be really confident of Asia's contribution internationally. I don't think we should take Western knowledge to be the only way forward, but to build a sense of quality and equity between Eastern and Western knowledges through collaboration, but also through local innovation. What can we test in the Asian context that can be a scalable model or a system elsewhere? Moving to ways of being. Every 2 years at St. Martin's, we hold a school arts biennale, and we invite all of the schools that surround us in our local neighborhood. There are about 100 of them. And we actually host the work done by the students in our galleries. So this is the Camden Arts Biennale that took place this year. because we must encourage young children to feel like there is a pathway for them through creative education, whether that's art or whether that's design. So we must acknowledge where our students come from, and in an international college like CSM, we want to ensure that the education that we're providing is an international education, not a British education. So you can go back and apply it in the context that you've come from. And I think that my main thing that we're seeing is that we want our graduates to be adaptable. We want them to be resilient in different disciplinary contexts. We want active learning. And we need to cultivate a sort of attitude for them that they can take on no matter what they face in the future. As I mentioned previously, what it means to be human, it means different things to different people. And helping our students understand that helps them prepare for the future. So we take, as Keita said, academic and technical skills together and connecting them for our students. I mentioned also a living systems lab, that when you come in, we want you to leave things better than you found it. So that's a picture of our canteen up there. And we've started to change what we present in the canteen. So for example, we've removed beef, which is one of the most polluting things as climate-wise. We'll be plastic-free, so we're working on being plastic-free. We want students to practice in the environment and not just in the classroom. At the top of our building, we have a dye garden where we actually grow plants. And they can use the dyes to kind of to prepare them in the print workshops. So we give them the techniques of how they can do things differently in a more sustainable way. And finally, ways of practicing. Now, I was handed over, there was a beautiful catalog outside about UX and the contribution to the Hong Kong economy. And I'm quite interested in this in the sense that the economic contribution, this is the UK, is about 124.6 billion. And this is a really important aspect of how our voice counts in an economy. In Hong Kong, I understand it's over $200 billion US in terms of the breakthrough through working in collaboration with different industries. So as designers, it's very important that we keep this connection and that we introduce our students to these connections actively through their education. The other aspect of this is doing things together. So this is a flagship course for us, MA Fashion at Central St. Martin's is a very active course. And we started the course in a way that the end of the course always ends with the London Fashion Week, so that the final show of the students is during the London Fashion Week, so that all the international experts, buyers, and heads of houses can actually see this work. So a graduate show, we were talking about this a bit earlier, shouldn't just be within the academy or in a university, but has to be outside actively where industry functions and activates. And a lot of the work that we do is about people coming to our students to say, help us think differently, because it's a different sort of generational thinking. So I'm going to play a little video next for you without sound, and I'll talk through it a little bit, about the collaboration with one of our master's courses called Material Futures, looking at the future of robots. We're situated, like Hong Kong Design Institute, in an area called the Knowledge Quarter. And it has science universities, it has the British Library, but it also has a lot of tech industries. So this is a collaboration with our neighbor, Google DeepMind. And this looks at what is the future of robots, how do they look, but also in relation particularly to planetary causes. So this is just a little video that takes you through. That's actually, that little piece of coral is actually an active robot. And it's sensing things around in relation to pollution. So this one is a drone that's hidden in a balloon. and it's looking agriculturally to see, is there any pesticides, are there any insects? This is a synesthesia model, also robotic. This is about encouraging, plastic, and the robot actually identifies different plastics so that it helps people actually identify them. You can help recycling. Also robot, so this is more about the use of music to encourage plants to grow. So this is, I think, by rethinking what machines can help us establish, what machines might look like in terms of shape and color, what we might put them to use for, particularly in relation to climate issues, and how we can work by learning through other intelligences, not just human intelligences, but material intelligences from mushroom, fungi, animals, and particularly coral, how different living beings kind of activate. I'm going to try and see. There we go. So I guess to wrap up, I want to say a couple of things. I think that we need to change our approach to technology, because I feel that our approach, if we take it as AI, is very repetitive and quite data-driven. Our approach to climate is very much about following rather than leading. And I showed those texts about printing, and I feel that the way we approach the design of artificial intelligence is very much like printing and the teaching of printing. We don't think about the cultural context or the intercultural context of the work. So I feel we're limited in our approach to technology by looking at it solely from a human intelligence. This is an amazing movie called My Octopus Teacher, made by Craig Foster, who's a friend of mine. And he speaks about how much he learned from deep diving and engaging with the octopus and understanding the octopus's intelligence. So engagement not just with other humans and collaborating with other humans, but also from other living creatures. The more we understand about the humans and emotions shared by other animals, the more we must rethink our own limitations and how we shift ourselves. Timothy Morton writes about this, and he says, the sense of what we grew up with as the world might be ending, but humans are now doomed. But in a way, we need the disciplines of we've been with to end a little bit so that we can actually free ourselves in thinking in new ways. I'll leave you with a quote, which for me has been really important in the journey at Centre St. Martin's. And it's by Michael Beirut, who talks about this. And he says, as a moment of tremendous technological and cultural change, we must make the case that design is a craft, yes, but more importantly, it's a fundamental way to understand and engage with the world. Dojay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ramanathan. Up next, the presentation will be conducted in Cantonese. For those who need simultaneous interpretation, please scan the QR code on the back of the leaflet and enter the event ID VPET 2024. We now have a fascinating presentation by Eddie Lau, Senior Lecturer in Communication Design at HKDI, on mascots as living logos. Let's explore the dynamic role of mascots in shaping our cultural and brand identities. Eddie, please.
Hello， 大家好，我係 Eddie 啦，咁係嚟自資專設計學院傳意設計學系嘅高級講師。咁我哋喺呢一個準備呢一個 PowerPoint 嘅 presentation 嘅時候咧，其實都令到我再重新去反思翻，即係點解我自己會咁喜歡去即係鑽研 Mascot 嘅呢一個學術範圍。 咁喺呢一個範圍裏面，其實即係都好呼應到我哋今日所講嘅 VPET 嘅一啲即係重點嘅主題啦。咁當中頭先都有提過有一個好關鍵嘅字眼，就係 adaptability 啊。點樣可以令到我哋嘅學生可以即係更加適應到未來？咁所以就住我哋即係喺我哋嘅學系裏面，即係去鑽研Mascots 作為一啲即係角色嘅設計啦。我哋都會即係動用咗各種類唔同嘅一啲 approach 嘅。佢模糊咗我哋即係去一般去做即係傳意設計嘅邊界啦。我哋會透過創意嘅策略啦。我哋會透過角色設計嘅時候，亦都會動用到插畫嘅一啲美術嘅原理啦。咁當然亦都即係就住頭先所提到啦，我哋以 Mascots 作為一個即係品牌嘅living logo 嘅時候咧，其實佢都係會有品牌設計嘅一啲傳意嘅策略喺裏面嘅。其實咁所以我自己就即係尤其會喜歡呢一個即係專業嘅範圍啦咁樣。咁都向大家介紹下，即係角色嘅設計其實裡面大概係一個乜嘢嘅範圍咧咁樣。咁我哋即係由細到大都會經歷到呢一啲嘅 Mascots 啦，即係世界級嘅一啲品牌角色嘅設計。咁大家都會望到呢一啲角色嘅時候，都已經好清楚理解到個品牌其實佢即係講緊係一個乜嘢嘅商品啦，乜嘢嘅個性啦。咁所以我會話啦，即係其實角色設計佢本身就係一個 living logo。佢與一個 logo 其實係有同樣一樣嘅一啲即係意義同埋功能喺背後。你係能夠從佢嘅嗰一個即係角色嘅個性啦，辨識得到佢嘅嗰一個品牌嘅一啲嘅精神啦咁樣樣。咁亦都係全方位咁樣可以被使用嘅。即係就住我哋喺最中心見到，即係以一個品牌嘅 identity 嘅一個功能啦，以至到我哋喺 event 上面啦，我哋見到即係喺最左手邊，我哋即係啱啱都係喺 social media 睇到啦。梵蒂岡公佈即係喺未來2025年咧 Jubilee 2025嘅 event 裏面咧，都會使用到一個即係新嘅吉祥物嘅角色設計嚟到去做一啲傳訊嘅工作啦。咁其情形等同於我哋會見到Olympus 嘅 Mascot 一樣，其實咁而最下方啦，我哋都見到即係本地嘅一啲品牌嘅廣告咧，都使用到好多即係角色嘅設計，而令到我哋可以即係以一個非常之入屋、非常之易入口嘅感覺咧，從一啲公仔咧會感受到即係呢一啲品牌嘅信息啦，好潛移默化咁樣樣。咁而右邊呢一粒啦，咁巨大嘅即係紅色 M&M 咧，就即係更加之全方位地都可以，你可以想像到佢真係喺品牌傳訊上面係無處不在嘅其實。咁嗱，我哋再分享多少少一啲即係嚟自我哋知專設計學院傳意設計學系所做過嘅一啲即係 Mascot 有關嘅project 啦。咁我哋其實都係一個好深信project-based learning， 我哋去做一啲真實嘅案例嘅時候咧，係能夠令到我哋學生得到一啲真實嘅經驗啦，咁樣樣去應付真實嘅一啲現實嘅一啲挑戰啦。咁喺2020年咧，我哋即係接觸到赤柱龍舟會嘅時候咧，其實佢講出咗有一個難處俾我哋，話俾我哋聽，其實佢哋都好想有一個即係revamp 嘅 identity。點樣可以令到觀眾係可以更加容易辨識到佢哋一個即係咁重要嘅一個活動嘅舉辦嘅單位咧？咁樣樣，咁我哋都喺度諗嘅。其實即係identity 本身當然即係以一個 logo 係一個好傳統嘅展示佢哋個品牌嘅精神嘅方式啦。咁但係如果以一個咁動起來嘅活動，其實我哋更加要有一個即係有生命嘅 logo 先至可以做到呢一件事。咁所以當時嗰個設計，其實我哋就好即係come up 咗有一啲唔同嘅策略啦。咁我哋諗咗有一個赤柱龍啦，咁亦都有一個即係佢嘅一啲小伙伴啊。你見到有一啲即係嗰一隻喺文化裏面，我哋了解即係大家都好熟悉啦。我哋端午節就會食粽啦，咁嗰啲粽咧其實就係一個下巴嘅角色啦，好似一啲傻瓜咁樣伴住佢咧，都會喺嗰一個故事裏面傳遞到有一個咁樣嘅上下巴嘅一個有趣嘅關係。咁我哋當然都好想令到我哋嘅 client 會相信呢一個策略係一個成功嘅策略啦。咁所以我哋都做咗啲 research 去接觸我哋嘅一啲即係受眾啦，以至到我哋可以有效地量度得到究竟佢嘅受歡迎程度係可以去到一個乜嘢嘅狀況咧？咁嗰個策略其實都好簡單嘅，即係我哋要令到一個品牌係可以具滲透性。以 Mascot 嚟講咧，其實都最佳嘅方法就係以商品去説故事啦。透過呢一啲唔同嘅 souvenir， 我哋係可以即係令到我哋嘅參與者佢哋可以感受到啦、着上身啦、玩得到啦，亦都可以透過一啲即係社交媒體嘅策略啦，而令到佢哋係可以有效地與呢一個品牌角色去建立一個關係。咁再之後啦，其實我哋喺呢一個research 嘅過程咧，都令到我哋同學與老師們咧，都深化咗喺呢一個學術範圍裡面嘅一啲即係重點啦。我哋都好覺得其實我哋要建立一個好嘅品牌角色咧，其實就要去量度以下呢5大範疇嘅。咁包括咗佢應該要有好嘅辨識力，其實同我哋去睇 logo 都係好差唔多嘅其實。咁佢要有一個即係好嘅記憶點啦，而令到人哋記得呢一個角色其實係一個代表住啲乜嘢嘢嘅咧。咁再之後啦，亦都係即係好重要嘅就係同個品牌或者佢嘅 service 係有一個高嘅相關聯性啦。咁亦都要有可愛度，因為佢嘅嗰一個先天條件就係佢個樣啦。其實以一個吉祥物嚟講，咁所以佢嗰個樣本身係能夠令到觀眾覺得有觀眾緣咧，都係我哋即係好重要嘅量度指標啦。咁最後亦都係相當重要嘅，就係我哋要能夠透過佢嘅一啲 facial expression 啦，佢嘅一啲行為啦，能夠令到我哋嘅 storytelling 係可以更加有效地去傳遞。咁再之後咧，我會同大家講一講，即係我哋點樣透過Mascot 可以做到一啲有效嘅傳訊策略咧。咁喺我哋之前做過嘅另一個案例咧，我哋幫奧委會做咗有一個吉祥物嘅角色。咁當時個 brief 咧就係話我哋點樣可以令到即係香港越嚟越建立得好嘅一個運動嘅氛圍。而令到我哋有一啲咁好嘅一啲運動嘅明星啦、選手啦，係能夠令到我哋覺得我哋嘅普羅大眾係同運動係更加有關係嘅咧。咁所以當時咧，其實佢都即係講出咗一個好清楚嘅 statement， 就係要能夠建立到當中呢一個橋梁啦。咁普羅大眾與運動之間，我哋即係亦都要呼應到奧林匹克嘅精神啦。裡面係更高、更快、更遠，仲加咗有一個就係更加團結。咁所以就住我哋 togetherness 係可以點樣令到我哋與大眾之間係可以建立到呢個關係咧？咁所以我哋去諗嘅時候咧，其實角色設計嘅外觀亦都即係好容易解讀得到啦。佢會嘗試以獅子山嘅外觀啦，而令到大家都覺得，咦，獅子山都好似好關我哋事喎咁樣樣。咁當然亦都有即係獅子嘅嗰一種勇氣與堅毅同埋活力嘅精神啦。咁更加重要嘅就係佢嘅嗰一個外觀與造型咧，都真係好 dynamic 嘅。我哋係要令到佢咧可以有效地走進社群，而令到觀眾係可以與佢有一啲經驗上面嘅印象係可以建立到呢一個橋梁啦。咁所以即係當時我哋就嘗試以一個咁樣嘅策略啦。咁而另一個案例，我哋就係幫另一個本地嘅即係NGO 啦，Red Cross 啦。咁佢亦都提出咗有一個好清楚嘅即係目標，好想我哋可以透過角色設計嘅呢一種即係咁有趣嘅方法啦，而令到普羅大眾點樣可以了解到佢提出咗一個 issue 咧，就係西貢區其實陸續開始去裝咗有一啲 AED 機。呢啲 AED 機咧，其實對於啲村民嚟講咧，其實佢擺放嘅位置咧，大家唔清楚嘅。咁但係點樣可以透過即係與我哋西貢區嘅持份者啦，我哋知專職教學院都係西貢區嘅一個院校啦咁樣。咁我哋嘅一啲青年創意嘅能力點樣可以滲透到我哋嘅一啲村民咧？其實我哋就用咗 co-creation 嘅 approach 啊。我哋與我哋嘅持份者西貢區嘅村民咧一齊去創作呢一啲嘅角色。佢哋會去到嗰一啲村裏面咧嚟去即係organize 一啲workshop 啦，咁裡面亦都會訪問翻即係一啲村民啦，咁去了解翻嗰一個村嘅特色，以至到佢哋去為嗰一個 district 去設計呢4個 mascot 嘅時候咧， 我哋嘅持份者係有份俾出佢哋嘅意見，咁所以佢哋就特別容易去 buy in 究竟即係我哋所做嘅呢一啲角色其實代表住啲乜嘢嘢咯。咁當然之後我哋再做 engagement 嘅時候，就會喺一啲地圖上面出現啦。咁佢亦都可以辨識翻，原來呢一個即係個頭好似一個 AED 機嘅一個咁樣嘅角色，就係幫到佢哋去記得嗰一啲 AED 機嘅位置咁樣。咁當然再進一步，我哋都會去到一啲即係其他嘅社區裡面嘅學校啦，而令到我哋嘅一啲參與者係可以更加明白到呢一個角色嘅一啲特色啦。咁另一個案例咧，其實就係舊年做嘅啫，都相當之新鮮滾熱辣。咁舊年我哋就即係嘗試去諗下，亦都可以點樣去為我哋即係社區啦、社會啦去出一分力啦咁樣。咁舊年大家都有印象就係就住即係政府去嘗試去推行呢一個垃圾徵費嘅時候咧，其實我哋都睇到有一個痛點咧，就係我哋其實大家都好想去參與呢件事。但係最大嘅難處咧，就係我哋都唔係好知道點樣入手嗰一啲膠嘅分類咧。其實我都唔知邊隻打邊隻，點樣可以有效地將呢一啲膠係可以即係擺到去一個適當嘅嗰一個綠在區區嘅袋裏面咧。咁呢個就係一個 knowledge 嚟嘅其實。咁所以我哋知道其實原來市民係需要再進一步了解到呢一個即係背後嘅資訊，佢先至更加有效地去推動到呢一件事啦咁。咁就住我哋本校嘅一個Go Greenovate 嘅一個 initiative 啦，我哋都好大力去參與啦咁。同學就即係諗出咗一個Mascot 嘅系列啦。呢一 set 嘅 Mascot 咧，其實佢本身個製作咧就係用咗一啲即係回收嘅廢膠再 upcycling 而成嘅一啲 Mascot。咁我哋亦都喺院校裏面去即係設計咗一個photo booth 啦。咁嗰啲參與者咧，當佢嚟到呢個 photo booth 嘅時候，將一啲膠樽入落去我哋嘅呢一個photo booth 嘅時候咧，其實佢就會體驗到裏面會有一個即係攝影嘅經驗啦。佢有一個 photo booth 係可以一路倒數嘅時候睇到嗰啲公仔，去講翻一個相關嘅信息，話俾佢聽。其實呢個係一個舉手之勞嚟嘅啫。對於你同我嚟講咧，都好容易做嘅，太容易做不過嘅一個經驗。咁我哋亦都俾咗一啲 incentive 佢，就係頭先所見到嘅嗰一啲鞋釘啦。咁更加重要嘅就係頭先提過啦。我哋如果喺分類呢一啲膠嘅時候，究竟有啲乜嘢嘅心得？我哋就要令到我哋嘅普羅大眾更加有效地了解到裡面嘅細節咯。咁所以我哋嘅同學嘅團隊咧，亦都好有創意地諗出咗一首廣告歌。透過廣告歌嘅一個即係高滲透性同埋一個有效嘅傳譯嘅一個方法啦，而令到佢哋了解到即係裡面嘅一啲心得啦，即係點樣分類啦。咁我哋聽一聽呢首歌。
塑膠回收分七類，盡個紙紙分開佢，回收標誌對一對，唔好抌去隔離嗰類。1號透明硬身有蛋殼水樽，2號沖涼用品樽身有折痕，3號 PVC 佢特別唔同啲，4號膠袋同埋泡泡紙，5號匙羹樽蓋餐盒 PPPP 發泡膠杯蓋同膠杯，CD 小字可以放7號，唔識就默默3個型標誌，4號係 PE。
係啦，咁我哋再繼續睇落去，其實即係再會進一步推進。其實我哋除咗喺吉祥物應用到喺頭先所講嘅即係咁多嘅一啲品牌傳訊嘅案例之外咧，其實我哋亦都即係對於文化文創呢一個範圍係好想透過傳意設計係可以再進一步推進啦。咁所以亦都會再同大家分享多即係1、2個案例係關於文創嘅一啲產品嘅設計啦。咁呢一個例子咧，其實我哋會睇到即係文化本身當然就係無處不在啦。喺我哋日常生活裏面都會遇到各大小種類嘅唔同嘅文化啦。咁就住呢一組同學佢哋所睇到嘅嗰一個文化咧，都相當之唔起眼嘅，就係垃圾桶本身。 咁垃圾桶本身佢就住呢一個文化去 study 嘅時候，其實佢都睇到裡面其實係有一啲細節啦。咁佢就住呢一個文化去鑽研嘅時候，睇到即係咁多年嚟原來香港城市裡面嘅垃圾桶咧都變換過好多個唔同嘅外觀嘅形態嘅咁樣。咁嘗試將佢變成產品化，同埋將裡面嘅一啲有趣嘅資料啦。去向公眾交代翻啦，一個有效嘅 storytelling， 再配合我哋點樣可以做到去商品化與可以擺上去一個商品銷售嘅平台。咁就住呢一個案例，我哋都即係同學都好有效地體驗咗，原來文化本身咧都無分大小嘅。我哋只要有效地將佢即係以產品去展示咧，都可以令到觀眾可以更加了解到當中嘅一啲知識。咁我哋都嘗試去即係為傳意設計去諗多少少，其實我哋嘅嗰一個功能係咪都可以解決到一個更大嘅問題咧？咁樣樣，咁我哋都了解到，原來即係文化與我哋嘅經濟都有一個相當大嘅關係啦。咁所以嘗試即係以一啲即係 celebrity， 我哋點樣可以將佢透過一個有趣嘅即係商業策略，而令到我哋係可以舉辦到一啲即係文化嘅盛事，而衍生到經濟嘅效益，可以幫到香港嘅旅遊業咧咁所以即係我哋都嘗試好努力地即係就住各個唔同嘅方位啦，去令到我哋VPET， 尤其是傳意設計嘅範疇咧，可以全方位地推進咯。咁係啦，今日向大家嘅分享就大致上係咁多啦，多謝大家。
Thank you, Eddie. Joining us now are Senior Lecturer in Digital Media, Kenneth Che, Partner and Music Director of Frenzy Music Limited, Victor Che, and graduate of HKDI's Music Production Program, Bosco Chen, who will share their insights on the collaborative processes between educational institutes and the music industry in deconstructing the song-pond line service collision. Welcome.
好，大家好。咁今日咧就會同大家拆解一下我哋呢隻點線面對撞嘅音樂創作過程嘅。係啦，咁首先咧就介紹下我哋喺台上面嘅講者先啦。咁首先自我介紹一下先。咁我係 Kenneth 啦，咁我係 Music Production 嘅 Program Leader 啦。亦都係呢隻歌其中一位監製啦。咁喺我身旁嘅就係阿 Victor 啦，就係郭維。大家好。咁就係佢係我哋呢個 project 嘅 CIR， 亦都係我哋呢隻歌嘅監製之一啦。喺對面嘅 Bosco 啦，咁佢就係其中一位參與呢隻歌創作嘅同學仔嚟嘅。
Hello。
係啦。
OK。
Thank you。好啦，咁首先咧講下我哋呢個 project 嘅 background 先。咁其實咧我哋呢個 project 咧其實係由6位主修 music production 嘅 Year 2嘅同學為 Mirror 嘅 Jeremy 同埋我哋學校嘅 Virtual Idol 嘅 V 去創作咗一隻合唱歌嘅。咁我哋呢個 project 咧就係去完成成個 music production 啦，同埋咧喺幾個月前，即係喺6月咧，咁係喺由學校主辦嘅 EDT Opening Show 嗰度咧，咁Jeremy 同埋 V 咧都係喺個台度咧都係演繹過一次嘅。係啦，呢個就係我哋嘅 project 嘅一個嘅background 嚟嘅。好啦，我哋咧就正式進入去我哋成個 creative process 啦。基本上咧，我哋做所有嘅流行曲咧，基本上第一個 process 咧都係去 set 一個 song style 先。咁其實做乜嘢咧？其實基本上咧，我哋要諗下隻歌究竟係咩款啦，究竟係做啲咩曲式。 咁阿維啊，我記得嗰陣時咧，我哋喺呢個 stage 咧，其實咧，我哋咧都同學生咧傾咗好耐，可唔可以都麻煩你去分享一下嗰陣時我哋嗰個嘅傾談嘅嗰啲內容啊？
好啊，咁難得啦，今次我哋有一個咁出色嘅歌手同我哋合作啦。咁好多時我哋創作歌曲嘅時候，最緊要係配合個歌手，可能係佢嘅定位、佢嘅形象、佢跟住嚟想做嘅路線。咁我哋一開始嘅 project 嘅時候呢，係未有太多更多嘅資訊嘅時候呢，我哋就嘗試去首先了解，從我哋嘅角度了解個歌手，譬如佢不嬲唱開咩歌，佢嘅聲線嘅特質啦，佢譬如唱歌嘅 range 啦，咁樣呢，然之後再拆解翻佢曾經過去推出嘅一啲 solo 嘅歌係啲咩嘢。咁譬如佢唱過好多類型啦，有啲 hip hop oriented 嘅啦，有啲係dance 嘅啦，有啲係可能 trip hop 嘅啦。咁嗰啲各類型嘅呢，我哋都有去喺堂上面咧就分享過，就係了解下佢嗰啲歌嘅特性。咁我哋就然之後就走去揣摩下呢個歌手。當其時佢嚟緊，如果佢真係要再出隻新歌，如果我哋幫佢構思嘅時候，應該係一啲乜嘢嘅類型嘅歌會好啲咯？
係啦。咁所以嗰陣時咧，我哋咧就同學生去傾談咗都幾耐下。咁咧我哋咧就 set 咗一個 song style 啦。咁基本上咧都係一啲我哋叫 funk 啲嘅一啲嘅曲式嚟嘅。好啦，咁咧同學仔咧就基於呢一個咁樣嘅song style 咧，咁咧佢哋咧就各自咧就翻屋企啦，咁咧就去寫歌啦。咁咧我而家咧就會 show 兩隻當時嘅同學仔嘅 demos 俾大家聽下。咁你而家其中一隻就係咁啦。係啦，咁呢隻就係其中一隻同學仔嘅 demo 嚟嘅。咁呢隻歌其實係 Bosco 寫嘅喎。係啦，咁阿 Bosco 可唔可以分享下嗰陣時你借呢隻歌嘅 idea 俾大家聽下？
因為咧呢一隻歌，你聽到嗰個 bass line 係 boom dop 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 咁樣樣啦，其實佢就一直喺度圍繞住成首歌係咁喺度 loop 住，就係佢個主旋律個 chorus 嗰個位置。主要佢個目的就係可以令到大家去記得呢一首歌嗰個最主要嘅 melody 啦。咁佢會出現喺唔同嘅部分咁樣樣咯。咁都想有一首比較輕快得嚟型仔啲嘅歌可以俾歌手唱到，所以就有呢首歌嘅出現。
明白。好啦，咁我哋再 share 多一隻係由另外一位同學仔寫嘅 demos 啦。係啦，咁呢個就係另外一位同學仔嘅 demos。好啦，咁嗰陣時咧，我哋收到晒6位同學仔嘅 demos 啦。咁跟住咧就其實咧我哋就面對咗一個困難嘅，因為咧同學仔咧即係因為創意真係非常之豐富啦。咁咧佢哋寫翻嚟啲 demos 咧，無論曲式啊或者 melody flow 啊 melody structure 咧個 variation 咧都真係好大。咁變咗咧，我同阿維咧就比較難可以喺從中 pick 到一啲 line 出嚟去 combine。咁所以 that's why 咧，我同阿維咧之後咧就改變策略啦。咁我哋咧就用咗另外一個方法，令到啲同學仔可以 compose 到一條係比較統一嘅 melody 出嚟。咁麻煩阿維分享一下我哋到嗰陣時係嗰個方法係點啊？
好啊，咁因為我哋想有共識咧，要有個音樂個底俾大家做一個參考，一個 reference， 一個 guide 咁啊，咁大家就唔會偏離得太遠。如果唔係大家各自去寫咧，其實就好難去將佢歸類，甚至乎個類型都係千篇，即係好五花八門嘅時候咧，控制唔到一齊嘅。咁嗰時咧，我哋就去分析過時下流行嘅一啲叫 funky 啲嘅 pop song， 咁我哋就通常嗰啲 pop song 有啲結構咧係啲 chord 可能比較 repeat， 但係我哋喺唔同嘅段落再加入啲變化。咁嗰時咧，我哋開頭就揾咗幾個 chord 嘅。我哋咧其實咧就由呢幾個 chord 嘅結構開始咧，就去砌一隻歌。咁我哋呢個頭先我講嗰個係一個最開頭嘅 raw idea 啦，嗰個副歌部分嘅嗰個和弦嚟嘅。
係啦，咁嗰陣時咧我哋咧就會用咗呢一個咁樣嘅方法咧，就去冇咗反應。係啦，咁我哋咧就用咗呢個方法 ，which is 就係我哋咧就係 create 咗一個 chord progression 先，咁然後咧做咗一個 rough 嘅 backing， 咁啊令到咧所有同學咧都 base on 呢一個 rough 嘅 backing 咧去 compose a melody， 係啦，咁而嗰陣時候咧同學係聽緊一個咩 rough backing 咧，就係呢個啦。唔好意思啊，呢個遙控應該冇咗反應。
冇 beat 啊！喺大家解決緊呢個技術問題嘅時候，我亦都補充少少啦。頭先大家聽一啲同學仔最初嘅 demo 咧，你會發覺同我哋平時聽嘅藍曲有啲出入，因為冇人聲嘅。咁呢個係我哋好經常做創作嘅時候第一個階段，因為我哋有個清楚嘅旋律。當其時我都係會咁樣同啲同學講，就係你要有個彈得清楚嘅旋律。所以佢嗰陣時咧係揾一個樂器，我哋聽一隻歌先。
係啦，呢個就係嗰陣時同學仔聽住個 rock backing， 然後 based on 呢個 rock backing compose on 嘅一個 backing 嚟嘅。好啦，咁同學仔就基於呢個 backing 就去 compose 啦。咁6個同學仔就會 compose 咗6條 melody 啦。咁我同學維咧當時就將呢6條 melody 最好嘅嘢就 combine 埋一齊。咁跟住咧，而家就會大家聽到呢個 demos 咧，就係嗰個second version 嘅 final mix。好啦，咁嗰陣時咧，我哋就將呢個 demos 咧就 send 咗俾 Jeremy 啦，同埋佢嘅唱片公司聽啦。咁咧嗰陣時佢哋咧都有好多嘅 comments 嘅。咁啊，麻煩阿維都 share 一下佢哋嘅 comments 啦。
咁咧 咁我哋咧就幸運地咧就揣摩得到咧，阿 Jeremy 佢今次其實都係想一隻輕快歌嘅，而 funky 呢啲方向咧，佢覺得適合自己去做一隻咁嘅新歌，而佢之前其實係未試過嘅。咁佢聽咗個 demo 咧，其實佢第一個 comment 就話，佢好中意呢個方向，係啦，佢覺得個 baseline 好有型。咁我哋就覺得即係起碼知道咗係方向 OK，咁但係咁佢亦都俾咗一啲其他嘅一啲嘅意見我哋，就係覺得呢隻歌咧係有嗰個節奏感，有嗰個輕快啦。不過佢覺得可唔可以再將佢變得再興奮啲？咁大家曾經聽過我哋最開初未有旋律，未人唱嗰個底啦。咁我哋其實就係 on top 有晒啲咁嘅節奏，有晒咁嘅 beat， 有晒咁嘅和弦啦。我哋就上面其實可以再重新創作一啲新嘅旋律嘅。因此咧，我哋就後來就再改動咗，有另一個 demo send 俾佢哋啦。
冇錯啦，咁我哋因應Jeremy 同埋佢唱片公司嘅一啲 comment 啦，咁我哋就再作改動。咁今次嘅改動咧，除咗係就咁樣去改個 melody 之外咧，咁我哋創作嘅形式咧都改變咗，因為咧之前咧同學仔咧都係各自喺屋企 base 上嗰個 backing 去寫嘅，咁我哋發覺咁樣唔掂啦，即係嗰個 inspiration 唔夠，所以 that's why 咧，我哋咧就將6位同學仔咧就捉埋一齊啦，咁返學校一齊寫啦。咁變咗咧，佢哋大家一齊寫嗰陣時候咧，大家互相 inspire 大家，咁令到咧嗰個嘅 melody 嘅空間個創作更加廣闊啦，可以係啦。咁所以 that's why 咧，咁我哋 pass through 咗呢個咁嘅程序之後咧，咁我哋咧再有第3個嘅 version 出現啦。咁而家大家聽到就係呢個 version 啦。
這是你嗎？是你嗎？這是你嗎？是一個他。這是你嗎？
好啦，咁嗰陣時我哋就將呢個 demo 再 send 俾 Jeremy 聽啦。咁佢唱片公司再聽啦。咁大家睇到佢嘅表情都知道，哇呢個正啦。咁都好中意啦呢隻歌。咁卒之咧我哋就 confirm 咗啦。咁呢隻歌就我哋真正可以落實去做啦。咁跟住咧係啦。咁跟住咧我哋就正式咧可以咧去開始我哋成個嘅 production 啦。咁我哋成個 production 咧，第一樣嘢要做嘅就係做咩咧？梗係要揾人填詞先啦。咁咧我哋就揾咗我哋而家一個upcoming 嘅新晉填詞人啦 ，Oscar 幫手填嘅。咁呢度麻煩阿維都分享一下，咁喺我哋呢一個嘅填詞上面嘅事宜啊。
好啊。咁咧我哋咧有個完整嘅 demo 咧，我哋可以 send 俾填詞人啦。咁Oscar 咧當其時咧我哋就叫佢，不如你幫我哋提議下先啦。有啲咩你聽到隻歌有感覺，你覺得有啲內容可以填落去。咁Oscar 就好好咁咧，佢就俾咗其實有幾個 idea 我哋嘅。咁其中一個就係叫點線面對撞，就 exactly 就係我哋結果嗰個咁嘅主題啦，揀咗。咁其實另外一啲主題可能係一啲即係排除萬難啊，有希望啊，追求一啲即係夢想嗰啲，即係其實係有啲比較我覺得係相對比較係叫 safe 啲嘅一啲 topic 佢都提議過嘅。咁我哋喺當中嗰幾個嘅 idea 嚟講咧，我同阿 Kenneth 都有 pick 過啊，有即係點線面對撞之外咧，另外一個都好似有趣啲。咁我哋就同經理人嗰邊咧亦都有再商量過嘅。咁其實咧，我諗大家都知道，呢啲年青偶像同埋佢經理人其實都想咧，其實係突破性啲嘅，即係喺音樂上面其實佢想行前啲嘅。咁所以佢我亦都有解釋過咧，俾佢知道咧，今次呢個 project 咧，因為佢知道係同呢個香港 DI 去合作嘅時候咧，咁就變咗喺設計上面點線面呢個係一個設計嘅一啲基本單位咧。佢覺得咧用呢即係大家都覺得用呢一個咁嘅 idea 咧係能夠配合到個學校嘅需要，亦都配合到 Jeremy 呢隻歌可以表達到一啲即係一啲新鮮啲嘅 idea。咁所以我結果咧就落實咗用呢個點線面對撞呢個主題啦。
係啦，咁我就用咗呢個主題就填咗份詞啦。咁之後咧，跟住我哋下一個步驟就係點啊？咁就係咧可以 start 一個 vocal recording section 啦。咁啊 Jeremy 咧就嚟咗我哋學校嘅 studio 咧就進行錄音啦。咁我哋咧亦都有個錄音嘅花絮俾大家睇下嘅。唔係 Anton 呢度。
可以上點奇怪點，觀望眾生是點閃面，太明太方。
係啦，咁啊，麻煩阿維都分享下我哋喺錄音嘅嗰個事情係點樣咧？
其實咧錄音咧，阿 Jeremy 其實佢本身好有準備啊，咁啊所以咧入錄音嘅過程其實係非常之順利嘅，係咁佢已經即係好熟嘅歌咁樣，亦都有想像過佢覺得可以點樣唱。咁其實當其時咧，一開始咧佢會以為我哋佢開頭以為佢要準備咗兩個唱法、兩個唱腔俾我哋，一個咧就係佢比較上叫做又係啦。佢會諗住，學校 project 你會唔會想有啲嘢係即係安全啲咧？咁佢用一個比較傳統啲嘅一個唱腔咧去唱。咁但係我就聽咗，即係佢唱咗一兩次嘅時候咧，錄咗咁啊試唱，我已經覺得好似唔係好好喎。我覺得咧其實邀請得個歌手，其實我哋應該盡量發揮個歌手佢嘅特性。咁我就話鼓勵佢，喂，其實咧平時聽你啲歌，你都好似有更多嘅即係嘅可能性，你會唔會有第二啲諗法？你可以試下。咁其實佢話其實即係你想我可以即係做翻我平時我其實自己最 comfortable 最喜歡嘅一啲 style。咁佢就嘗試咗即係用翻佢嘅聲線嘅特性多啲咧。所以佢哋頭先聽佢嗰度喺一啲真正錄音嘅時候咧，佢嗰啲高音嘅 handling 咧佢嘅輕聲咧嗰啲係發揮咗佢嘅個性係多啲嘅。咁我哋就攞咗呢一個清楚嘅方向嘅時候咧，就同佢去錄啦。咁然之後咧喺過程即係成隻歌已經錄咗，都可能係有80%嘅時候咧，咁大家仲諗緊點樣可以將隻歌再加分。咁啊 Jeremy 亦都好好啦，佢就話喂，其實有啲 ad-lib 咧，我可以加入去喎。如果你覺得我唔怕多嘅話，我可以試一啲俾你。咁所以呢隻歌咧當中咧亦都穿插咗好多唔同嘅 ad-lib 部分咧，令到係隻歌可以除咗個主旋律之外咧，就豐富一啲嘅。
明白，係啦，咁所以咧嗰陣時咧，我哋咧經過咗呢個 vocal recording section 之後咧，咁我哋完成咗vocal 嘅部分啦，咁跟住然後咧我哋再完成埋編曲 mixing 嘅部分之後咧，咁跟住咧，然後咧我哋咧就有一個song release 啦，可以，咁咧我哋而家就可以播下我哋呢隻歌嘅完成品俾大家聽下。
可以上點奇怪點，觀望眾生是點善面，
點你面對點沒黐線，加上了封面入面黑閃閃，不要再遮掩。
我像你，你像我像你，卻能自備獨有趣味。相似的不似的也好，我們個個也於粒子見機。
一接觸接通，一剎放飛，撞爛劇情未談物理構造，誕生了亂世內角色怪奇。
像如何才是對極其抽象，要各有各離經才是正常。
要強忍這一秒喜歡，令頭皮痕癢，要愛上大地萬丈才夠囂張，就是愛你佔領。
可以上點奇怪點，觀望眾 封面讓面黑閃閃，不要再遮掩。最愛你掛點？
你問我，我話你問我，為何並沒耐性對坐？反正都不過想唱歌，我沒懷疑各種聲音切磋。
一瞬間一粒子靜探過，動盪已成共鳴，共振慶賀。這一秒大雨就有山有河。
誰人評論我未成榜樣？我是笑你們扮成極正常，令我根本不過一體，會成為營養。要愛上愛上萬象才夠囂張，就是愛你尖端。
可以上點奇怪點，觀望眾生是點善面，
點零對點和黐線，
搞死了封面讓面黑閃閃，不要再遮掩。最愛你掛點？
浮落引望，
大明大方，
隨心狂放，特性交錯極其浩瀚，
點線面對撞 ，and let's go crazy。請愉快點，任性點，相互構築又一片天，點亂對點互黐線，只個封面讓面黑閃閃，可以更瘋癲。
係啦，咁啊隻歌咁就完成咗出咗街啦，咁啊亦都係我哋個呢個作品咧，亦都係我哋嘅6位同學嘅首一隻release 喺個 market 度嘅作品嚟嘅，係啦，咁今日我哋嘅 presentation 就到此為止啦，多謝大家 ，thank you。
Thank you, Kenneth, Victor, and Bosco. We now invite our panelists to the stage for a discussion on the theme of Social Innovation for All, moderated by Daniel Chen, Head of Architecture, Interior, and Product Design at HKDI. Joining him are our industry partners, Kelvin Yu and Chongming Kit, who will share their experience and strategies in fostering social innovation. Welcome.
Hi everyone, welcome. Thank you for Kelvin and Mr. Zhong joining us today. I'm Daniel, the moderator. Today I'm the head of Architecture, Interior and Product Design Department here. And let me introduce the speakers today. We have Mr. Chongming Kit, the team leader of Poverty and Youth Service Development at Baptist Oikun Social Service. And we also have Mr. Kelvin Yu, Head of Art and Contents from the Kai Tak Sports Park. So our sessions, the topics today is social innovation for all. And we will look into 2 projects which deal with very different scales, I would say. Kai Tak Sports Park is a very, very big scales project. And the second project is about a product design for the underprivileged families who is living in subdivided flats in Hong Kong, which is a very, very special situation in Hong Kong. So our sessions will be bilingual one, so it shows that Hong Kong is really, really international. And, but don't worry, we have simultaneous interpretations for you. The Kai Tak Sports Park will be, I think everyone's looking forward to it because it will open very soon, possibly in the first quarter, I guess. They don't have the official opening dates, right? But I think that will be the focus because we know the national game events, the Chunwanhui, will be held in Hong Kong as well, and Kai Tak Sports Park is already one of the competition venues. So actually there's lots of trial run in the past months, and we look forward to it, and it will become the focus. So the first part, I would like to invite Kelvin to share with us why Kai Tak Sports Parks consider to host a design competition. Actually, it's about public sculpture in the park. Why you consider hosting a competition like this? What's the objective of it?
Yeah, so just a quick background. I'm Kelvin Yue, so thanks for the invitation here. So basically, just a quick background on Kai Tak Sports Park. So Kai Tak Sports Park consists of 28 hectares. So of course, it's a important landmark that we want to attract the locals as well as international audience.
Closer. Yeah.
Oh, hello. Okay. Yeah. So so beside the sport facility, sport events and concert event that we are doing, we are also wanted to create a cultural spot for tourists and the locals. So the question about why we actually hold this competition is actually next slide.
Yeah, there's the competition.
Actually,
there's the posters.
That's a poster about competition. So the next slide about. So basically, in the implementation and the building process of the whole Kai Tak Sport Park, we actually feel that in order to make Kai Tak a landmark for tourism and of course the locals and tourists enjoyments, the visitor engagement plan actually include a 100 cents program. And the 100 cents program actually is to develop the different kind of art form implementation into our open space. So the story behind the 100 cents is to actually honor the past and embrace the future, because we will not forget what Kai Tak used to be, the history of Kai Tak, the Kai Tak airport, as well as the long history of the Longchen Stone Bridge, Kowloon Wall City, the surrounding history that we actually honor. Without them, there will be no Kai Tak. So of course, we want to embrace it with the future of what the sport and culture is going to be in Kai Tak Sport Park. Yeah. So I think I'm blocking the screen. So actually there is 16 locations identified during the process of developing these 100 sensors, which using the themes of the past. And then what we wanted to do is to capture embrace the future. And then what we wanted to do, the result is to actually enhance on the evoked sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
can I have a follow-up question? Instead of hosting a very public competition to invite all the Hong Kong citizens to participate, like the naming of the panda,
yes.
But why you choose Hong Kong DI to collaborate?
Yes, so in the selection of the artists, actually we thought that we want to be more international. So we actually selected very carefully with the international artists and then the local community. So we thought that it would be a good opportunity if we can do a collaboration with the school. So besides engaging with the local design firm or local artists, we wanted to establish a connection with the creative industry, which is a school. So HKDI was, when running through the criteria, we were also looking for the post-education program, the school program, and then we found that HKDI is fully integrated institutions. And then this gives us a very strong opportunity that we think that why not we use the money and collaborate with HKDI, because we also wanted to bring in the art and culture elements and also support our local creative industry, local creative school as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So this competition actually is open to all, like even the music students can participate, whatever disciplines you are from, you can participate in these Kai Tak public sculptures competitions, right? So I'd like to follow up, because actually, eventually, a group of students from the architectural design won these competitions, and that's the concepts behind. Can you share with us why finally Kai Tak Sports Park had chosen this concept?
Yeah, so in the themes of the 100 sensors that we developed, we wanted to capture the past. So of course, the inspiration for the Longchen Stone Bridge that built the connection, and that's where the location of the artwork that will be situated is actually called a pier gallery. So we call it a pier because we wanted to relate back to Longchen Stone Bridge, which used to serve as a pier for Kowloon Bay. Yeah, so of course, the student also creatively include all the 10 key sport icons, iconic moments into these connections that fulfill the requirements. So that, of course, that is the first requirement. And of course, they also get inspired with the turbulence, which is the air. So indirect, they also related back to the qi, which is in Chinese term that actually relate to how qi generate energy for the athletes. So why we selected this is because there's an element of the past and there's an element of the future that we actually want to present to our visitors to bring out the engagement that we are remembering our past, but of course we are looking forward to what we are actually trying to embrace now in the future, which is a sport elements. Yep.
Yeah, I really like the ideas. Actually, the 10 sports events being chosen is not randomly picked, but it's closely related to the histories of the sports events in Hong Kong. Like, for example, bowling is on the list. It's very strange, but actually bowling is the one Hong Kong's got the first medals in the Asian game. So it's really have a strong story behind the chosen sports. Like, for example, the fencing is also chosen because that's the gold medal in the Olympic Games. And I really like, and also the windsurfing as well. So all the events are closely related to the story of Hong Kong itself, rather than randomly picking the most popular sports and make a piece of sculptures. I really like the ideas. And also it links back. And anyone here has experienced the Kai Tak airport stays? Yeah, the turbulence, the sound. Actually, it makes use of the turbulence as a design concept. I also like this very, very much, and also linked to the Oriental calligraphy. So picking all these three elements together and create very remarkable pieces of sculptures. I like that very much. I look forward to seeing the real pieces of works. Yeah, let's look into it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so of course, with the artworks, what we wanted to do is to create that kind of engagement that we wanted to people to have why we call it 100 sense is because we wanted people to evoke the sense, whether it's a sense of, it's a sensation senses or emotional senses. We wanted the visitor to be engaged and then relate back to the history of sport, the history of Kai Tak, as well as what we are looking forward, the history, the embracing part about sport athletes, the energy they have stuff, and cultural, of course, because the Chinese choreography is part of the Chinese culture that we thought that it would be a good link to our storytelling to actually engage the visitors. Yeah, to create the different kind of senses that we want to achieve. Yeah.
Actually, to be frank, I think Chinese calligraphy, especially using the very big brush, is like playing sports sometimes when I look at the demonstration. Okay, so actually, I picked 4 pieces from the awarded designs. Totally, there should be 10, right?
There should be 10. So, of course, there should be 10 of the different kind of sport that we're looking at. But over here, what we can see is Fong, which is related to windsurfing. So, of course, this is inspired by Li Lai Shan, who won the first Olympic gold during 1996. So, of course, this, and then how they actually use the creativity way of using the Chinese calligraphy stroke to create the figuring and stuff, to show that it's actually related to windsurfing and stuff. I think that is a very creative approach to actually relate back to the Chinese influence, but actually we are actually create a sense of figuring and stuff. So the other one that I also like a lot is Chong. So Chong is actually related to track and field, so sprinting towards the end lines. So using the choreography way, you can see that the motion of the movements of the sprinter trying to reach the final lines. it's a good, very good, strong expressions.
Yeah. Actually, you can imagine all these sculptures are related to different sports activities. Okay, so finally, that's the most exciting moment that we're going through the judgings. So actually, I think representatives from Kai Tak Sports Park and our senior management came to join the judging sessions and finally picked the architectural design group. Actually, the Archi students won this competition. The next one. So finally, it's under fabrications and placed at the park. Can you share with us, actually, where will they be placed?
When or where?
Where?
Where? So it's actually located right at the...
Scattered in different positions, or?
We call it the Pier Gallery and Pier Plaza location. It's in between the Kai Tak Mall 2 and 3. So it's a huge walkway that actually linked to the main stadium. Yeah, so, and it's a gantry it's a main entry point when people come from the Songwon Toys train station, MTR station on the Kai Tak MTR station, they will meet this point and then eventually had to walk out this point to the main stadium. Yeah, so it's a very prominent locations.
Oh, that's the designers. So I think that's a very unforgettable experience for them, because we are not just designing on papers or computers. Finally, the pieces were actually fabricated and permanently placed at the sports park.
Yeah, I think throughout the whole process, I think the key point that we are taking back is about the hands-on experience. I know that the one thing about HKDI is about the hands-on experience emphasis that I think student will be, is a very good emphasis to the student, because design is one way, but when it comes to the ground, actually, there's a lot of coordination that we need to do. Of course, Kai Tak Sport Park is not something that is already built. So actually, the process of coordinating with the construction team, the different construction team, like landscape team, because the whole building, we need to speak to the construction team, we need to speak to the landscaping team, we need to integrate with the lighting design, so the overall ambience of the light designing for the whole pathway and stuff is a very important element to how do we integrate this artwork into the open space, because it's not an enclosed space that you will have track lights available for you to play around with your lighting and stuff. So and because of the landscaping design that we need to fulfill, all the planter and tree location, that actually determine a lot of the positioning and how we want to present the artwork. So of course, all this integration actually the whole difficulty is about putting the different party into the whole coordination works.
Right.
Yeah.
And so this project is almost completed. Is there any future plans for Kai Tak Sports Park that we can potentially collaborate in the future?
Yeah, definitely. I think the next slide is where so basically, as you can see, Kai Tak Sports Park actually have a lot of we do have a lot of open space that we are working on. So of course, it's not about sports facility and activities. We are also looking at art and culture, how we can eventually bring art and culture into Kai Tak Sport Park. And then of course, the next slide. Yeah, the next slide. So basically, the 16 artworks that we are working on involve a lot of different artists, international artists, the local designer, HKDI, of course, and then of course our own project team who actually developed the mini airports. So that so what we are doing is we're trying to create an education platform that is not just to it's for our younger generation, the younger generation who does not see the birth of Kai Tak. They might forget about what Kai Tak is about. So what we want to do with the animal of art and design is to capture all this memory, to create a sense, to create a memory for the future generation to come. So we do not lose all this great memory of Hong Kong. And then in place, we want to also present in a more interactive way, more engaging way. So of course, we are working on different programs like guided tours. So that will involve HKDI artwork also as part of the guided tour that we will implement. So of course, we wanted to have more collaboration in the future as well, to maybe have our Kai Tak Art Fair or Kai Tak Art Week and stuff. So we wanted to make Kai Tak into a more, to have the influence of art and culture in the future as well. So of course the different kind of workshop and program that we will be launching that also related to art and design is something of course we will want to collaborate in the future.
That will be cool. So there will be lots of opportunities if you lose in these competitions. There will be plenty of chance. Maybe you can also host the competitions on writing songs for the Kaitat Sports Parks as well, because we are really multidisciplinary here. So let's move to the next projects. 我轉一轉台啦。咁咧就中生咧其實就係浸會愛群社會服務處扶貧項目及青年服務發展隊嘅隊長。咁咧我哋頭先睇過好大嘅 scale 嘅 project 啦，啟德體育園嘅 project。咁我而家縮細到去一啲劏房啦。咁social innovation 其實唔局限大細嘅，大嘅又有，細嘅又有嘅。咁呢個項目咧我哋叫做學習百寶箱。咁我想問下鐘生，其實我哋點樣開始認識對方同埋點樣發展呢個項目嘅咧？
好啊，多謝 Daniel 啊。咁我哋其實機構咧，先介紹下先啦。我哋機構就係浸信會愛群社服務處，可能應該大家都聽過㗎，即係好多唔同區度嘅教會咧。咁我哋個機構嘅服務嘅層面咧，就主力就係扶貧啦，或者一啲就業啦，同埋一個就係譬如精神復康啦。咁呢個就係呢幾個就係我哋機構嘅服務板塊。咁至於我哋點樣拎up到 VTC 呢個社區參與辦事處咧？咁因為其實本身我哋機構咧就做社會服務嘅。咁今次呢個連接其實我覺得好特別嘅，因為 design 點樣可以連接到社會服務咧？咁就係通過辦事處咧，因為以往我哋機構咧會有好多唔同嘅 social service， 而家好多時機構都要講SDG 啊 ESG 嘅嘢啦。咁我哋都有啲合作嘅。咁跟住我哋老細就見到你哋有個1.0同2.0嘅百寶箱喎。咁我哋就覺得幾特別喎。不如我哋會唔會就合作揾商界投資咧？咁就做個3.0啊。咁所以今次就有呢個機會就情投意合就合作咗啦，係啦。
我補充一下啦，其實1.0、2.0係咩咧？1.0咧其實第一代嘅百寶箱咧都好多年前㗎啦，我諗5、6年前左右啦，就同市建局合作嘅當時。咁有一個 project 咧就同市建局合作，就做咗第一代嘅百寶箱，都係俾劏房戶嘅，當時俾深水埗區嘅劏房戶。咁做完之後咧就大量生產咗30件，就俾當時嘅小朋友住喺劏房嘅小朋友。咁做完之後咧都幾大迴響嘅，其實個反應都好好，喺媒體亦都有報導。咁第二代咧我哋就係我哋 bid 咗馬會嘅一個慈善信託基金，就有一個樹木再造青年共創企劃，裡面嘅木工班咧，我哋就透過木工班又做咗一啲咁嘅百寶箱出嚟，亦都有啲捐贈嘅。咁但係咧就唔係大量生產，因為我哋嗰個項目咧就做啲木工嘅。咁但係喺嗰個過程都做咗一啲優化嘅工作。咁嚟到第3代咧就係最左手邊、最右手邊呢一個啦。咁就見到，咦！我哋一路做嘅過程，其實 design 係一個一路進步嘅過程嚟嘅，我哋唔會安於第一代嘅，一路改善嘅。去到第3代咧，我就越做得佢薄啦、輕啦、靚啲啦。咁陣間我哋都會再講多啲呢個設計嘅。好啦，咁但係呢個計劃其實最後我知道都會大量生產㗎嘛。咁其實背後有啲咩機構支持我哋大量生產啊？我所謂金主係邊個嚟㗎？
咁我哋機構咧，其實因為做社服務咧係使錢噶嘛，咁我哋都要揾錢噶嘛。咁我哋以往咧就有一個基金叫女士基金。咁我哋頭先講啦，我嗰個機構就做開扶貧嘅。扶貧咧就主力有2方面啦。我哋就會好多飯堂嘅，即係俾啲人咧10蚊食一個飯就照顧到一餐咧，其實減輕佢嘅經濟負擔啦。咁我哋本身有個基金咧叫女士基金嘅。咁其實每年咧就 support 我哋個飯堂嘅運作啊，派飯俾地區嘅，譬如劏房家庭啊，或者一啲低收入嘅朋友啦咁樣，或者少數族裔啦咁樣。咁我哋佢哋我哋話俾佢知有個咁好嘅 project 咧，會唔會串連到即係？除咗唔好淨係攞飯啦，會唔會有啲嘢都照顧到佢，即係好 detail 照顧佢生活上嘅嘢咧？咁就覺得個百寶箱咧都大派用場係啦。咁所以咧就問下會唔會支持啦？咁商界都支持嘅。咁所以就促成咗今次我哋即係 VTC 商界同埋我哋愛群一個咁好嘅 project 啦。係。
咁但係我知道咧喺個過程裏面咧就唔係淨係做設計嘅，其實做設計咧好多時我哋都學生唔係紙上談兵。我諗頭先啟德嗰個 project 都係嘅，學生唔知道個 site 實際上需要乜嘢，做唔到個好嘅設計出嚟嘅，其實要做好多 study 嘅。咁喺你呢個 project 裏面，同學有做過啲咩 study 咧？
好啊，咁其實咧，而家喺我哋自己 social service 嘅業界入邊咧，我哋成日都講一樣嘢叫 design thinking。 咁 design thinking 就係點樣應用一啲即係設計思維應用咗喺我哋嘅社會服務度咧？咁我覺得可以分兩個層面嘅，一個就係產品嘅層面，一個就係服務嘅層面。咁今次呢個咧，我覺得係個產品嘅層面。咁design thinking 我諗大家都好熟啦，即係最重要第一點咧就係個 empathy， 即係點樣去令到學生了解佢哋嘅需要。第二點就係 define 佢哋嘅痛點嘅問題喺邊。第三就係測試啦，係啦。咁我哋今次咧，我哋就聯繫咗即係學校嘅學生啦，咁就去我哋荃灣區咧個劏房家庭，去咗3個戶去探訪，了解佢哋生活嘅所需。咁全香港嘅劏房咧，其實有11萬個劏房，劏房嘅人數咧有20幾萬。大部分咧就係可能廁所就喺廚房隔離嘅，咁佢哋最大問題就係可能根本個屋企嘅面積好細咧，咁擺張台都難啦，係嘛？咁所以咧我哋就有見及此咧，就整咗個百寶箱。個百寶箱就係可以集多功能於一身，譬如畫畫啦，或者寫作啦，因為佢哋好多時咧都喺床度做嘢啊。咁呢百寶箱就係可以喺部牆喺一張床度伸直隻腳，擺喺個百寶箱上面就可以做嘢啦，唔需要用張台啦。咁所以就有呢個咁嘅project 啦，咁另外就係即係我哋探訪入邊嘅過程咧，等學生其實不停去測試改良，點樣去用一個最好嘅產品去即係照顧佢哋生活嘅 detail 嘅需要咧，咁所以就促成咗呢樣嘢啦。
其實好重要嘅，即係同學咧好多時候做設計，淨係諗靚唔靚，仲有同啲 client 啦，我哋叫做或者目標使用者咧去傾過、了解過佢哋需要之後咧，設計出嚟啲嘢會好唔同嘅。頭先阿鐘生都講畫畫呢個功能，其實就係喺探訪呢啲小朋友嘅時候，同佢傾偈嘅時候，其中一個小朋友特別提及嘅，好中意畫畫，但係間屋細到根本畫畫嘅地方都冇。咁最後咧，佢就設計咗一個百寶箱咧，有呢個功能嘅。好啦，咁呢個咧就係我哋舊年大概4月左右嘅評審嘅情況啦。當時我哋大概有10組嘅同學啦，揀咗出嚟。其實我哋做呢啲 project 咧，除咗一個公開比賽，我哋好多時候咧，我哋會用 project-based learning， 即係一個習作嘅形式擺喺功課裡面，等同學咧可以真正喺一路學嘢嘅時候，一路做一啲與業界接軌嘅 project。咁咧最後咧就女士基金有嚟到啦，浸會愛群嘅代表亦都有嚟到啦，我哋嘅老師亦都有做評審啦，確保嗰件事喺學術嘅角度、喺業界嘅角度、喺受惠機構嘅角度都係符合佢哋嘅需求嘅。好啦，最後就係頭先阿鐘生講啦，可以攜帶啦，可以畫畫啦，可以收埋佢啲功課啊、啲畫簿啊。同埋佢温書都得嘅一個百寶箱嚇，咁其實最後會唔會大量生產咧？呢一件作品？
好啊，嗱，咁我哋而家呢個頭先講啦，我哋測試完之後就生產㗎啦嘛。咁我哋咧嚟緊就會喺下年嘅第一季咧就會派發嘅。我哋會分咗2批派發啦，先派咗50個先，咁啊睇下個反應啊，然後會唔會又去再改良啦？咁然後就再派第2批，咁 total 派100個啦。咁我希望派嘅層面咧，即係我自己除咗我覺得劏房戶之外咧，其實而家好多時政府都成日講過渡性房屋啦，或者啲少數族裔咧，其實都係啲好多基層嘅，即係基層劏房只不過佢居住嘅位置啫，其實都好多。我覺得可以將呢100個咧推而廣之喺唔同嘅層面或者唔同嘅階層都可以，即係跨界別啦、跨年齡啦去派一派，然後收集多啲意見翻嚟，咁然後睇下會唔會第日而家再問下女士基金。做個4.0嘅百寶箱都好喎，係嘛？
係啊，其實剛才提到除咗4.0啦，你哋機構亦都有好多關於精神健康啦、少數族裔啦，其實我哋都會有類似嘅 project 嘅嚇，即係譬如我哋舊年我哋社會設計工作室亦都做咗一個 well-being 嘅 toolkit 啦，係要嚟針對青少年人精神健康方面嘅，因為而家咧唔知啊，今朝都有講到啊，我哋嘅 keynote speaker 都有提及過，而家嘅新一代個快樂指數係好低好低嘅年青人，唔係因為我哋物質富裕咗喎，其實有好多嘢令佢哋唔開心嘅嚇。我哋香港都係，我哋舊年做咗一個 research 都係發現年青人嘅精神健康，尤其是經過疫情、經過社會運動之後係好唔開心嘅。咁所以我哋都會做呢方面嘅 project 嘅，咁睇下有冇機會我哋喺呢方面又開展一啲新嘅合作啦。
好啊，我早2日先睇個報道，就係香港係全球指數最高添，而家係即係不嬲都係啦。第2新加坡，第1係香港。咁所以同學仔嘅設計嘅思維就真係好可以 即係協助到我哋嘅基層嘅階層嘅唔同嘅朋友啦。咁頭先講會唔會仲有咧？我即刻諗到嘅，譬如話少數族裔佢嚟香港，而家香港嘅少數族裔嘅人口咧有8.幾%，即係有成50幾60萬嘅。其實係佢要融入香港生活咧，香港係個多元文化嘅社會啊嘛。咁我哋點樣協助佢融入咧？都可以諗啲嘅設計，即係譬如喺語言上啊，或者生活上啊，點樣可以即係令到佢認識香港咧？而家政府有啲講啦，要推廣阿拉伯旅遊啊嘛，係嘛？即係其實好多嘢都可以諗嘅，我覺得係咯。
係啊，可以。頭先咧又有提及過啊，個 logo 出現啦。其實浸會愛群就係呢一個啦，亦都頭先咧鐘生有提及過咧 VTC 嘅 Community Engagement Unit 就係呢一個啦嚇，社區聯繫嘅辦事處嚇。咁咧我哋就 HKDI。其實咧今次個合作咧就係透過呢3個組織 CEU 咧做啲乜嘢嘅咧？就係聯繫好多地區嘅機構，可能咧在座可能有啲都係地區嘅朋友嚇。咁咧會係將啲 project 帶到入嚟 VTC 裏面，可能唔一定係設計學科嘅，可能有啲係工程學科，可能有啲係商科、酒店旅遊，但係有一啲亦都可能係跨學科嘅合作嚇。咁我哋會透過呢一種嘅合作模式啦，因為我哋事實上識唔晒咁多機構嘅，我哋都係第一次認識浸會愛群社會服務處。但係咧透過呢一個我哋中央嘅單位咧，就可以聯繫好多外面嘅機構，亦都將啲 project 帶入嚟。咁我哋今日講職業專才教育呢方面，其實就好幫到手啦喺呢方面嚇，因為我哋始終我哋係設計嘅老師，可能係音樂嘅老師，可能係動畫嘅老師，佢哋可能識嘅業務範疇都係自己個專業嘅啫。但係透過 CEU 咧，我哋又可以認識好多外界嘅機構，將呢啲 project 引入嚟學校裏面，俾學生落地嘅去實踐出嚟。好，咁咧今日都好多謝兩位嘅分享啦。咁我哋社會創新唔係淨係紙上談兵，我諗好重要就係落地嘅，同埋我哋做嘅嘢可以好大嘅 scale 去到好細劏房，甚至再細啲都得㗎。我有珠寶嘅課程嘅，去到一粒石頭咁我都做到嘅嚇。咁我希望今日呢一個 sharing session 可以俾到大家啲 insights 同埋分享啦。咁最後都俾一個掌聲我哋兩位 speaker 好嘛？多謝晒大家。
Thank you, everyone. We have come to the end of the morning session. The afternoon session will start at 2 p.m. Enjoy your lunch, but don't forget to enjoy the exhibition of HKDI's industry collaboration projects outside the auditorium. See you back here at 2 p.m.
Next up, we have Professor Xiangyang Xin, Xin Xiangyang Jiao, all the way from Guangzhou, which is not really that far from us. Xin is a professor at Tongji University and also Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. And he's currently developing a new program in integrated innovation at the Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. And previously, he worked at the PolyU in the School of Design, running the MDES interaction design program. So he was one of the pioneers of interaction design in Hong Kong, but also within mainland China as well. So after PolyU, he went to Jiangnan University and worked as Dean of Design there, and also developing interaction design in China. So he's also founder and creative director of XXY Innovation, and as I know, he's been working with very diverse companies, for example, the medical profession, in the use of innovation strategies, services, and interactions. So the topic in his talk this afternoon would be from tangible to intangible, designing services and service experiences. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Xin, please.
Thank you, Keith, for inviting me here. Following the performance, I have some questions, not a response. to some of the questions, and also because I was so inspired by the talk as well. I think one thing I have kept learning, and I have not yet mastered that skill yet, is to be able to say no. For yourself, for the second, and for the third circle. I think that's important skill we all have to learn. That's a skill not yet been discussed by educators in classrooms, to say no to things. Quite a few speakers mentioned about that, to say no to many things that we should not do. And sometimes young people need to learn about, especially when we're not up there yet to be able to make strategic decisions. We need to find a job. We need to start our families. So it's not easy, but that's very important. We have to talk about it. If not yet to allow students to be able to do it, we have to learn, we have to talk about it. Secondly, many of us have discussed about values. I think there are many things we can talk about values. I think one important origin of current position of value, and many things we can talk about. One thing that is the book by Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. The Wealth of Nations from 1776 somehow influenced civilizations around the globe for 200, almost 50 years. How we register our value. And before, with the Wealth of Nations, we have not really talked about the developing, and underdeveloped nations. I think somehow, if you think carefully, the concept of developing, and underdeveloped nations is to some degree registered from that notion of wealth of nations. And how we began to become so skillful in acquiring resources and create waste. Finally, one thing we recently talk a lot about is to make design meaningful. Everyone talks about meaningful. When everyone talks about it, then there is no meaning when we all talk about it. Let's say 10, 15 years ago, people began to talk about design has to be meaningful. It was good. When everyone knows about it, talks about it, then it's not enough to talk about meaningful. We have to talk about what's the meaning of meanings. What are the meaning of meanings? So that all connects to the previous performance and then lots of previous talks. So today my talk is actually more tailored to Hong Kong DI programs and the student the future careers. Service and service experiences. I'm going to start by showing a video that was created about 13 years ago by one of my PolyU design students. There's no sound? Why there's no sound? Excuse me? Second. There's no, can we have sound here?
Comes from either the words of
Okay,
mouth from
now
family
yes.
and friends,
Let
or
me
from the
start it
activities
again.
In Pokhara Hospital, ethnic minority group occupies 20% of the patient population. Among them, a lot of the Pakistani and Nepalese housewives cannot speak English or Cantonese. Their knowledge towards local medical system comes from either the words of mouth from family and friends, or from the activities organized by NGOs and the hospital. So what are the problems? Every time EM patients come to the hospital, they need to be accompanied by friends, families, and even their small children as their interpreters. However, adult family members always dominate the conversation with healthcare professionals without actually asking for feedback from the patients. Even worse, due to their lack of medical knowledge, small children can hardly translate difficult medical terms and medical instructions for their parents. Some patients will choose not going to the hospital if there is no accompany available. This could seriously jeopardize the health of patient. How can we help them to overcome this communication barrier? Different levels of communication are required during the patient journey, from quantitative to qualitative, from pronunciation of their names to duration and days, to express the sickness and evaluation of pain. Stress and anxiety accumulate when the patients cannot express themselves and cannot comprehend the diagnosis about their own health. In current patient journey, nearly 2/3 of the time spent in hospital is pure waiting. How can patients make better use of this wasted time? What if patients could express their concerns and acquire useful information while waiting? What if both patients and caregivers could easily express themselves and understand each other? Embrace is an innovative system that will enhance the medical experience of ethnic minority. It empowers them with effective tools communicating their own health condition without relying on interpreters. Embrace consists of networked portable devices used by the patient and the doctors. Q&A posters have keywords for effective communication such as pain scale, allergy, suggest lab test, and numeric answers. Let's meet Seta, a Pakistani lady, goes to A&E department for the first time. After registration, Seta gets her own portable Embrace device showing her patient ticket number. The device invites her to input her symptoms before the triage course. She expresses her fever and identifies related symptoms on the list. After a while, the device calls her to go to triage station for preliminary checkup. After triage, while waiting in the lobby, she checks approximately how long she has to wait for doctor consultation. By then, the device acquires for her health and allergy history. As the questions are in her native language, she feels confident to express herself. She also highlights questions she wants to ask the doctor. Being new to the hospital, Seta clicks into the information section and learns about the process of the patient journey and various medical services provided by the hospital in promotion videos. She feels secured and is more prepared for the coming steps. In the waiting lobby, there are posters with quotes of patient concerns in Urdu. She feels that the hospital has great compassion for her needs and difficulties. At this time, the device calls her to see the doctor. In consultation room, her symptoms and health history are already shown on doctor's device. The doctor reads her basic inputs. Based on Seta's condition, related questions have been shortlisted. Speech button is available for asking those questions in Urdu when needed. For in-depth diagnosis, voice translation in the device comes in handy. When the doctor asks about her headache, Setter points to the pain scale on the Q&A poster to express the severity and tell when it began. The doctor then indicates suggests lab test with Q&A poster. In the process, the doctor used confirm buttons to confirm all useful information to the CMS for the patient record. Then, Setter moves to the next station, where the nurse prints out lab test instructions in Urdu and explains to her clearly. Similar functions help Setter go through the rest of her journey, from lab test to pharmacy. With Embrace, Setter has better control over her patient journey. She could express her health condition effectively, learn about important medical instructions, and she is emotionally more engaged.
So that was done by a student at PolyU 13 years ago. And I think he was later became a teacher here, Hong Kong DI by Jackson. So that was his final thesis project. It was a 1 year, actually 10-month master program. He did it very well. Certainly it's a service design project. The service design project, in that particular case, is about how a hospital serves its patients. Process, different touch points, the relations between people and people, people and objects. Certainly, it was a very good example. We are moving from traditional tangible 2D, 3D artifacts to services and even organizations and management. Later, when we finished this project, the director of the hospital wrote a very nice thank you letter to us. One particular part of that thank you letter was about how 4 projects from 4 individual students started conversation of management change for the whole hospital, how it should treat its patients, how it should treat its doctors and nurses, all those. So, well, it was a project for interaction design graduation project. Interaction design, at that point, we're talking about how people interact with computers, with other people, with physical surroundings, and with human organizations. It's all about designing meaningful relationships. When it comes to service, that's when time becomes goods. Expertise of doctors and nurses becomes goods. We're paying for time from people who are preparing meals for us. We're paying for expertise of doctors, nurses, professors to help us grow and to make us healthier. So that part is very different from traditional manufacturing, from buying a refrigerator, from buying a car or furniture. So we have to understand that type of businesses. And the one thing we do have to realize, not even talk about US, UK, and many other European nations. Oftentimes, they are above 70% of their income, GDP comes from service industry. China, from 2015, the GDP of service industry surpassed 50%. there are 359 million Chinese work in service industry. It's a huge population, lots of economic activities. Not talking about academics, philosophy. All students, they have to think about this great space of Korea. If this is so important economically, if so many people are working in that industry, we have to make sure that our students know about that, be able to work in that industry. I'm going to use two simple examples to illustrate opportunities for service design. Two simple examples of travel, airport travel. Firstly, there are things we have to do. Get to the airport, go through the security gates, and get to the gate of departure. There are lots of things we have to do, lots of procedures. Oftentimes, we all want to make sure that process is very smooth. That process takes as little time as possible. And there are many ways we can improve that part of service. Earlier this year, I was invited to give a talk at an international airport service conference. Actually, I was asked to give the opening speech for that. And later, the Hong Kong International Airport people was there too. Talks about by seconds, how each step, averagely international standard, the seconds of time they can accomplish that particular step, and how Hong Kong can do it better. So there are lots of space for improving service experiences. The picture here is an example of Singapore airport. There are many things we can do. In that process, from getting to the airport to get on the airplane, there are many anxieties, expectations. One important thing is about time. They have to understand how much time I need to walk from one spot to the next, and how much time I need before I can take off. So Singapore airport did a very good job informing people, notifying people, so that helps ease a lot of anxiety. There's another example going through Shenzhen airport. There is an easy self-checkup. Many airports, they do have that, but not all. And Shenzhen airport started this service a few years ago. It's a service certainly provided by Shenzhen airport, but we have to understand, behind the airport, it's the Shenzhen government, especially the Bureau of Public Security. The government of city, they have to be very brave in order to install that system. Why we don't have that in Beijing? Because Beijing is the capital. They take different levels of measurement in terms of security. So in this case, Shenzhen Airport has that, Beijing, we don't. It's a service. You may have, you may not. To some people, it's a surprise. Oh, we can have this type of service. There are services you must have. It's basic, expected. There are services that could be a surprise or sometimes can be viewed as premium. There are different spaces for service design opportunities. Look at two more extreme situations. The basic expected services. Think about the example I talked about, going through the airport. You know the expectation. You know what you have to do. It's really about managing experiences. Follow a principle of efficiency. It's about cost, satisfaction, well-defined goals. I know what people are looking for. Expected, basic. When you're going to a restaurant, you know certain things are provided. And it's a must. And oftentimes, when you're dealing with problems, opportunities of well-defined goals, expectation understood, you don't really have to do the traditional, typical co-design workshops. It can be done easily with internal decision-making, follow the principle of efficiency. On the other extreme, service innovation, providing new services, especially those that may be a surprise. Goals are open-ended. You may have it, you may not. You follow more of humanistic principles. It's not principle of scientific efficiency. It's about asking why people may need that, and why should I provide that? Because it's not basic, it's not expected. Down to the bottom left, it's about how. Really get things done well. On the upright is really about asking questions of why. When I was talking to the airport people, I was saying there are lots of existing good tools for you to understand how to make a known service a better service. Make it transparent. People don't feel it. I was giving them a simple concept, just make it transparent. Transparent experience without anxiety. There are lots of existing good tools, managing expectation, create a good user flow, customer journey. So transparent was the keyword I gave to the lower left. For the upper right, my keyword was about story. So a transparent experience, you go through travel experience at a certain airport. You don't want to talk about it unless you have an argument with people, unless you lost your cell phone, then you have a memory. A good experience, a good service innovation, hope, it may become a story, and of course, it should be a positive story. I travel a lot. I go to the airport every week, at least once or twice a week. I don't tell my friends, today I went to the airport, this and that. Unless I really have a story. I lost my cell phone, that's a story, but that's not a story that's created by the airport. How airport may find ways to create stories. I have stories. There are stories I did share with my family, with my friends, and with conference audience. It's not an airport story. There's another story, but also in hospitality businesses. That was a few years ago when I was staying in a hotel in Shanghai. The next morning, I was ready to take a cab from the hotel to Tongji University. I was using cell phone to locate myself. It didn't show the name of the hotel. Instead, it showed another name, another building nearby the hotel. I was asking the hotel staff, how should I locate this hotel so I can get a cab? The cab can come to the right spot. So the lady asked me, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Tongji University. She said, that's not far away. Maybe I can ask our hotel people to take you to to Tongji University. It was only about 3 kilometers away. I felt, no, this is too much burden for you. I said, that's okay. They said, it's okay, we have a car and it's not busy. She did it. So unexpected. And certainly, first person I shared with what my wife, I shared that with my wife and shared, then that became my hotel for Shanghai. And she became a friend, not only of my friend, and then my family. It's not usual. And later I realized that is part of the hotel culture. And of course, when that happens, not every staff of the hotel is required to do that. And they don't have a regular procedure. They don't have a trained vocabularies and the ways to talk about each individual. It has a lot to do with individual judgment of that person in service businesses and also of me as a customer. That human relation is so interesting, so difficult to understand, but so valuable and becomes story. Another story from Starbucks. I don't know whether you noticed that or not. From 2013, Starbucks began to ask your name. And not every staff of Starbucks does it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Even look at Starbucks value statement. I don't know the sequence, but the 4 words: one person, one cup, one community at a time. Nurture and inspire human spirit. Nurture and inspire. Nurture and inspire. Not required, only nurture and inspire human spirit. One person, one cup, one community at a time. It's nurture and inspire, not to require every staff to do that. That's why sometimes people understand it, sometimes people don't. Some people feel respect, some people don't feel it, which is okay. It's very important to learn about judgment. Learn about when to say no, when to say yes, when to feel that love, when to feel that respect. And that's something we have to do in our education. Keith knows that I'm doing 2 more educational experiments for China. One is for GAVA, another for Tongji. The slogan, not slogan, but education mission for the GAVA undergrad program, nurture future leadership that cares and delivers. We have to learn how to care. And so about mind, and so about heart. With all the available technology, developed methodologies in design, we're able to do pretty much anything, manufacturer-wise, serving people-wise. But what should we care, how we care, that's something future designers have to learn about. Service design, this is lots of definitions of service design, which I don't mind. This is just one of the definitions from the China Service Design Report. I'm not interested in talking about the definition, but when I started promoting service design in China quite some years ago, people will always ask you, Professor Xin, which particular industry in services Is that hospitality? I said, yes, hospitality, transportation, education, health, and well-being. So are you all over the places? Yes, I am all over the places. Service design is a particular set of capabilities. It can be applied to multiple service industries. Service design is a knowledge, is a set of knowledge and capability. And service industry, there are multiple industries. If you're able to, it's like very simple, like just you're learning industrial design. Industrial design, yes, industrial design is knowledge. It's capabilities. After you get a degree in industrial design, you can design furniture, even if you don't have a degree, which is okay, like Hong Kong DI students. You can design furniture, you can become a car designer, you can design jewelry, you can design many other things. Home appliances. Industrial design is a particular set of knowledge. Same thing for service design. Don't worry, if you have a good foundation for service design, you are able to work for hospitals, transportation, for airport. You can work for universities in their administrative offices. I have two of my classmates. They are now working for hospitals. The top hospitals in the US, one for Mayo Clinic, another for Cleveland Clinic. Two really top hospitals are my students, are my classmates. So for service design, I have developed accreditation system for China, service design, service management, and service leadership. For designers, for design managers, and for corporate and social leaderships. There are lots of work we have to do. I have developed this for now the 5th year. There are about a few dozen Chinese universities and a few dozen industrial companies. They have went through this accreditation system. Now over 3,000 individual designers are accredited. Of course, this is still a long way to go. In fact, today there's a very important meeting, national meeting in Wuhan, which I suppose I should be there. I should be actually, if I were there, I should be the president of the conference, but I agreed to be here first. Someone is there. In that particular conference, we're promoting this to Ministry for Commerce. And even though the program has been here for 4.5 years, but the preparation has been there more than 10 years. And still so much we have to do. For instance, when we're talking about the profession, service design as a profession, we have to learn a lot from other disciplines, from other professions, accountant, lawyers, architects. Why there is a CPA test, why there are lots of certificates for lawyers and for other architects. Not only skills, but code of conduct. There are lots of things we have to learn besides skills. And design, not only service design, but also design in general, except for architects. We still have to develop many things. Knowledge, skills, code of conduct. And this is the whole service design, management, and leadership framework, the structure of courses. And for each course, there is an expert team of 5 professors or people, and they are invited to review the submissions. So the last slide, I said I prepared this for Hong Kong DI education for students. Firstly, I would hope the user experience program at Hong Kong DI will be connected to service industry for reasons I mentioned about before. Another thing, I have this slide here with background images. So the bottom image, grayscale, black and white, is a picture when I was at Hong Kong Polytechnic, taking students of interaction design to mainland China. The first major interaction design conference in China, put together by me, with 3 organizations, Carnegie Mellon, Hong Kong Polytechnic, and Tsinghua. I was a graduate from Carnegie Mellon. I was a professor at Hong Kong Polytechnic. I was a guest professor at Tsinghua. The first conference I put together, I put the conference in Beijing, not in Hong Kong. Hong Kong needs to be the best example of education of China, not just Hong Kong. Learned about from Paul last week. This is a little bit controversial. Last week, Paul, you had a 60-year anniversary of design education. I have not heard about it. As a professor there for quite some years, built a program there. I'm not a big name, but my name is well known enough in mainland China. I was not aware of this at all. It's not only about celebrating PolyU 60-year design education. It's about China. I'm not traditional patriot Chinese. I love my culture. I love my country. I love Hong Kong. But also I love to see the future good relationship between China and outside China. In order for PolyU design education to continuously have that impact, to be respected, we need to be part of mainland China. To make that contribution, to make China a better place, to provide future opportunities for our students. So, Hong Kong DI, firstly, Greater Bay Area, but also I would hope the Hong Kong DI to be the best education model for vocational training education for China. China needs Hong Kong DI as a great example, and Hong Kong DI is ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Xin. Let's take a short break to refresh and network next door in A002 and A003. And be sure to check out our exhibition on HKDI's industry collaboration projects. We will resume our program at 4:15. Welcome back. We will continue with our panel discussion on Designing for User Experience, moderated by Perry Leung, Senior Lecturer in Communication Design at HKDI. Our panelists are our industry partners, Nanan Ho, Director from Jervex, and CK Founder and Design Lead from Satch Company. They will share valuable insights into user-centric design. Welcome.
好。好，大家好，係啊，我 Perry 啦嚇，今日同大家主持呢一場啦，我哋叫做 Designing User Experience 嘅。咁今日好開心啦，請到2位嘉賓嚟啦，咁又話 CK 啦，嚟自 Satch 嘅 Lead Designer 同埋嘅一個 Founders 啦，有 Lennon 啦 ，Lennon 嚟自Jervex 嘅 Director 啦，咁會同大家探討下一啲嚟緊 UX 嘅 design 一啲嘅議題嘅，係嘛 CK 啦嚇 ，CK 係咪啊？幾靚女啊係嘛？係啊，咁啊，
大家好。
咁啊，首先係不如 CK 講講你自己嘅介紹下自己背景啦，同埋介紹下你嘅間公司做乜嘢嘅公司係。
大家好，我係 CK。咁我其實咧就唔係 come from 一個 design 嘅背景嚟嘅，咁我係 from arts 嘅。咁我身邊其實都有好多 designer，佢未必都係 from design 嘅一個背景啦。咁我哋就從工作嗰陣時就學咗一啲實戰嘅經驗咁樣。今次就想同大家分享翻。我自己喺畢業嗰陣時就做 consultant 先嘅，咁我係 HKU 畢業啦，其實做咗 consultant 入邊嘅UX designer。之後咧我就去咗做 in-house 嘅 designer 啦，咁跟住咧又去咗做 product 啦，咁之後依家有自己嘅 studio 啦，咁所以我工作嘅環境其實係都不停咁樣去轉變緊嘅，咁陣間我哋都可以再傾多啲咁樣，係啦。
咁另一張個 Lennon 啦 ，Lennon 講講，Lennon 係我哋長期嘅合作伙伴嚟嘅，因為我哋自己有個 user experience 嘅一個 stream 啦。咁你 Lennon 成日都嚟我哋學校俾好多意見我哋啲同學仔嘅。咁 Lennon 你講下自己個背景啦，係啊，多謝。
大家好，我係 Lennon 啦，咁我係Juris 嘅 Creative Head 同埋 Directors 嚟嘅。咁我哋 Juris 係做啲咩嘅咧？咁其實我哋 Juris 係一間 Digital Agency Network。咁我哋主要係幫我哋唔同嘅客戶啦，去做唔同嘅 digital solutions。咁由 design consultations 去到一啲technology marketing， 去到 create content、social media， 去到 system integrations。咁係一個 end-to-end 嘅一個 solutions 嚟嘅。咁我自己喺咁多年裏邊啦，咁我係由一個我本身我唔係讀 design 嘅，咁但係我好中意 design。我自己係一個讀 engineering 嘅出身嘅。咁我以前就好中意 e-commerce 嘅，咁所以我出嚟之後就好 focus 去做一啲關於 digital 嘅工作咁樣啦。咁亦都自己去學 design 啊咁啦。咁喺咁多年裏邊咧，亦都慢慢去學習咗究竟user experience 係點樣嘅咧？點樣去幫我哋嘅唔同嘅客人去建立一啲 solutions 啊？點樣去解決佢哋問題啊？咁我諗陣間都可以 share 多啲呢部分嘅經驗俾大家啦。
好啊，唔該晒兩位啊。咁但係 before 佢哋嘅 start， 佢哋講佢哋嗰啲 case studies 嘅時候咧，我諗好多在座嘅人都對 UX 好多啲唔同問題啊。譬如咩叫 UX， 咩叫 UI？ 究竟個角色係乜嘢咧？如果做咗一個 UX designer， 或者係或者你係一個 client， 究竟點樣 deal with 一個 UX 嘅 designer 或者 UX 嘅一個 experience 咧？咁一連串嘅問題，其實一陣兩位會透過我哋嘅 case 啦去解答大家啦。咁咧就完咗，我哋就會再有啲 discussion 啦，啲問題會問兩位嘅。咁好啦，事不宜遲啦，我哋咁就交俾 Lennon 啦。
好，咁我今日會 share 幾個我哋公司做嘅一啲 project 啦。咁第一個 project 咧就係一個我哋同大新銀行合作嘅一個 project 嚟嘅。咁呢個 project 咧都幾有趣嘅。咁係喺我哋Covid 嘅時間啦，就去做呢個一個幫我哋銀行去做一個 project 啦。咁點解會有一個 project 嘅發生呢？就係當其時我相信可能大家都有經歷過啦 ，Covid 香港lockdown 啦，咁好多人都唔可以出外啦。咁譬如我哋工作，我哋就可能要 work from home 啦。學生可能大家上堂都要用 Zoom 啦。咁基本上係冇人出街嘅。咁但係銀行佢仍然要做生意㗎嘛，佢唔可以因為大家唔出街，咁大家就即係唔消費，咁銀行就即係做唔到生意啦咁樣。咁所以佢就俾咗一個 challenge 我哋啦，就希望我哋幫佢哋諗一個方法，點樣可以 encourage 到啲人去繼續用佢哋嘅 credit card 繼續去消費咧咁樣。咁我哋就幫佢做咗好多 research 啦，我哋就諗究竟喺一個咁嘅環境之下，大家都喺屋企做嘢、學習、工作，唔會出街，咁但係我哋點樣可以令到佢哋繼續去消費咧咁樣？咁我哋就做咗啲 research，然後就發覺其實我哋香港人咧有啲嘢好中意去玩嘅喎。咁我相信可能大家都有印象啦，即係而家香港都好多地方有一啲夾公仔機咁樣啦。咁我哋就去諗既然大家咁中意玩夾公仔機，咁我哋不如諗一啲 crazy 啲 idea， 就係如果我哋俾一個機會你可以喺屋企可以 remote 控制一個夾公仔機。係咪好正先？係咪喺屋企就可以玩咯咁樣？咁所以我哋就 propose 咗咁嘅 ideas 俾大新銀行，佢哋都覺得好有趣。咁然後我哋就將呢件事咧 就去development 出嚟啦。咁其實中間係做咗啲咩咧？咁樣咁其實咧，我哋係create 咗一個 application 係一個 website 嚟嘅。咁咧，我哋就同銀行佢邊做一個 integration， 就係話如果我哋嘅users 佢消費咗500蚊，係啦。每500蚊你就會 generate 咗一個 e-token， 呢個 e-token 咧就可以俾到你一個 chance 咧，去入去我哋呢個 website 裏邊咧，就去搖佢控制一部夾公仔機。你會見到個畫面上面咧係真係有個 cam 喺度影住一個夾公仔機嘅，咁你就可以咧俾一次機會你去夾佢。咁如果你真係夾到裏邊嘅禮物咧，大新銀行咧係會寄翻俾你嘅。咁所以咧大家都好開心啦，係咪？
最貴啲咩禮物啊？
最貴大家都好中意嘅就係 iPhone 啦，有 Switch 啦，係啦。咁當然你唔會夾到成部 Switch 喺上嚟，因為你個鉗夾唔到啦。但係我哋會 create 好多獎品嘅一啲公仔嘅，咁你就夾嗰啲公仔。
係咪真係夾到嘅咧？其實係
夾到嘅，
係夾到嘅，
係啦。咁而嗰部機其實就喺我哋公司嗰度啦，所以我哋係望住部機自己喺度喐嘅咁樣啦。咁其實中間其實都有好多啲 UX 嘅 design 喺上邊嘅，你可以想像就係我哋點樣可以用個手機 remote control 到呢個夾公仔機咧？中間其實我哋做咗好多啲 technical 嘅一啲即係implementation 喺裏邊啦。然後就係呢個夾公仔機咧，其實係同一時間有好多人排隊㗎。我哋要諗個 solution 就係點樣啲人可以排隊得嚟，佢又知自己排第幾。但係又同一時間佢又可以望住個畫面知道人哋夾緊啦，咁我哋就做咗好多 UX 嘅一啲 process 啦，令到成個 journey 係好流暢、好舒服嘅。咁最後尾就係亦都要個畫面上要好吸引啦、好易用啦，亦都好靚啦，咁就令到個 users 係好開心啦。咁我哋可以落去下一頁，可以望多少少嘅。咁其實呢度就會見到好多嘅 screen 啦。咁你見到就係譬如左手邊，你見到有個 remote 嘅一個掣嘅，咁就係當你個電話 connect 咗我哋個 website 即係 connect 咗個夾公仔機嘅時候，你就可以即刻去控制嘅。同一時間咧，其實好多人望緊你玩嘅喎。因為我哋係後邊有條隊喺度喎，咁其實好多人同一時間去參與緊呢個遊戲嘅，咁所以其實亦都 create 咗個 noise 啦。喺當其時就係，亦都喺一個 COVID 嘅情況之下，亦都好似 create 咗一個即係 online 嘅 channel 俾人哋去 live 咁樣睇到人哋去玩呢個遊戲咯。咁當其時亦都係做咗一個好好嘅一個 achievement 啦，令到銀行佢哋亦都增加咗好多嘅一個 transactions 啦，亦都令到佢哋跑到數啊。咁呢個係一個幾好嘅一個體驗嚟嘅，係啦，咁樣啦。好，咁我哋或者可以再講下一個啦。咁呢個咧就係另一個 project， 咁呢個就係關於香港遊艇會嘅。咁佢哋係一個clubhouse 啦。咁佢哋遇到嘅問題其實係好簡單嘅。咁佢哋遇到一個咩問題咧？就係佢哋好多嘅 club members， 咁佢哋發現佢哋個 website 其實都好 outdate 啦，同埋咧佢哋個 website 啫，因為係用咗好耐，佢哋唔能夠喺個電話度睇得好方便，因為佢哋個 website 本身唔夠 responsive。咁佢哋就提出咗個問題，咁都好得意喎！呢個問題係咩咧？就係話究竟佢哋要 create 一個 apps 好啊，定係 revamp 個 website 啫，即係 fix 翻而家個 website 好啦。咁當其時佢就想我哋幫佢去諗，究竟做邊樣好係啦？究竟做個 website 好啊，定係做隻 apps 好啦？咁樣，咁我哋就幫佢做咗個 exercise， 就做一個叫 discovery 嘅 exercise。咁我哋做啲咩咧？我哋就去個遊艇會裏邊，我哋聽係啦，我哋聽好多人佢哋嘅意見，我哋聽佢哋 members 啦，佢哋意見啦，對於個 website 究竟遇到嘅咩 pain points 啦，佢哋覺得係點樣啦？我哋問翻佢哋嘅 staff 啦，佢哋點樣 operate 個 website 啦？問翻佢哋 trainers 啦，因為佢哋有好多 trainers 嘅，佢哋有好多 course 啊，譬如佢教你點樣去玩遊艇啊，點樣去玩 paddling 啊。甚至爬龍舟咁，佢哋都有啲 course 喺度。咁我哋就問好多唔同嘅 users。咁你可以想像到其實個 club 好大嘅，所以有好多唔同方面嘅 users。咁我哋問咗一個好重要嘅問題，就係究竟有啲咩嘢令到你嘅工作更加方便呢？咁我哋就不停去問呢個問題。咁我哋就俾咗好多 feedback 我哋。咁之後呢，我哋就再可以落去下一個 screen 嘅。咁我哋之後呢，就會做咗一個 design workshop 啦。咁就會 gather 翻佢哋唔同嘅parties 啦，包括佢哋嘅 staff 啦，頭先所講啦 instructors 啦，甚至乎我哋邀請咗佢一啲比較 loyalty 嘅 members 去參與我哋呢個 design workshops。咁我哋就將 我哋嘅 feedback， 我哋 consolidate 咗唔同嘅一啲 ideas。咁然後我哋就喺個會上面去 prioritize 啦，即係將嗰啲唔同嘅 ideas 分門別類，究竟邊啲做先，邊啲做後，或者邊啲緊要啲嘅，邊啲容易做啲，我哋去做先。咁最尾咧，我哋得出咗結論啦，就係咧，其實佢哋唔需要一個 apps， 佢哋需要一個 website， 一個 responsive 嘅 website， 一個好容易俾佢哋 access 到嘅 website， 就已經可以解決到所有嘅問題。咁所以你會發現其實 UX 咧，其實係幫助我哋咧係可以去經過唔同嘅 process 啦。就去解決一個當前嘅問題，可能呢個問題原來解決方法未必你哋想像得咁複雜嘅。原來經過咗唔同嘅分析啊，聽咗好多嘅意見之後，其實我哋就幫佢梳理好，就幫佢再 create 翻而家新嘅 website 出嚟。咁而家新嘅 website 可以再落去下一步啦，去睇啦。咁其實就係一個 responsive 嘅 website 啦，亦都係將佢哋嘅一啲 feedback 全部 consolidate 晒，然後將佢整理咗成為一個而家佢哋用嘅一個好方便嘅 website 咯。咁佢哋嘅 members 都喺個 experience 上面都好滿意嘅，係啦。
佢原本個 website 有啲咩問題咧？喺 Final 度。
佢原本個 website 其實最大嘅問題就係佢哋唔能夠喺個電話度用到，因為佢哋當其時個 website 太耐啊，所以喺電話上面咧仲係一個我哋稱之為一個 web view 嘅一個 versions。咁變咗裏邊睇嘅嘢好細啦。咁同埋佢哋好多嘅一啲 transactions 咧，佢唔能夠喺個 website 即時update 到，因為以前都係一個可能有啲 time delay 啫啦。譬如話喺佢哋個 clubhouse 可能做啲 catering， 咁但係可能要經過一兩日先至 update 到嘅。但係而家新嘅 website 就經過咗 integration， 就係所有嘢都係即時㗎啦，咁樣咯，咁係快好多嘅，係啦。好。咁或者我好快講埋最後一個 example 啦，咁就係關於南豐嘅一個 applications。咁我哋就喺一個 shopping apps 裏邊咧，去 create 一個 game 嘅 experience。咁個 list 咧都好有趣嘅，就係本身佢哋一個 shopping apps 啦，但係佢哋希望就係個 apps 咧要吸引多啲人流，同埋要吸引多啲 families 嘅一啲 members 去個商場啦，同埋去用隻 apps 嘅。咁我哋就做咗好多嘅 research 啦，咁就發覺香港嘅家庭嘅family members 啦，其實佢哋都對小朋友嘅學習係好緊張嘅。咁所以咧，我哋就諗咗一個 solutions， 就係我哋喺隻 apps 裏邊再 build up 一隻 games， 一隻關於 education 嘅 games， 咁就可以俾到families 裏邊嘅小朋友啦，透過隻 games 去認識到可能香港嘅一啲關於environment friendly 嘅一啲knowledge 啊，或者關於香港嘅一啲自然嘅生態嘅保育嘅一啲知識啊咁樣。咁我哋就 create 咗一個星球啦，可以再落下一個 screen 啦，係啦。咁 create 咗個星球啦，然後裏邊有啲唔同 characters 嘅。咁當你完成咗唔同嘅 missions 咧，其實你就可以咧去 build up 你自己嘅一個 planet 啦。咁當然你完成咗唔同嘅任務，亦都可以 create 到一啲coupons，咁就可以去翻個商場度去用嘅。咁而最有趣嘅地方就係咧，所有嘅一啲 missions 咧，其實你係要喺個商場啦裏邊去揾出嚟嘅，就好似個 treasure hunt 咁樣咯。你喺個商場裏邊可能會見到唔同嘅 QR code，咁你就透過個 apps 去 scan 啲 QR code，就會產生咗唔同嘅 missions，咁你就可以繼續去玩呢個遊戲。咁其實呢個就會有唔同嘅一個即係 winning factors 啦。當然我哋係可以透過 games 鼓勵到唔同嘅即係users， 尤其是啲 families 啦，去呢個商場裏邊就係透過一隻 games 吸引佢哋，俾佢哋小朋友去玩啦，同埋就增加多啲嘅人流啦。咁繼而亦都係增加到嗰個apps 嘅使用量嘅。咁呢個就係經過咗我哋嘅 UX 嘅 research 啊、UI design 啊，咁就完成咗一個 game experience 啦。大致上就咁啦，係。
好得都幾得意啊，係嘛？幾靚啊隻 character 都。咁受歡迎程度如何啊？如果呢隻
我哋當初咧就係喺 ASI launch， 我相信大家可能都有去 ASI， 因為 ASI 就係啱啱上年尾開張。咁我哋就係開張嘅時候就做咗呢個嘅 exercise， 就係喺開張嘅時候咧就 install 咗好多唔同嘅 QR code 喺度咯。咁就俾啲人去一路去玩嘅時候，就一路 explore 成個 ASI 佢新嘅 building 裏邊啦。原來個 ASI 成個建築咧，佢用咗好多 environmental friendly 嘅一啲construction design 喺上邊，咁啊都透過 apps 去介紹咯。
點量度成唔成功咧？其實喺 UX 入邊。嗱，
我哋去點樣量度咧？其實都喺 喺而家嘅 digital process 咧，其實量度係咪成功其實都好方便，因為我哋所有嘅 data 都係有數據去 support 嘅。譬如我哋 users 幾多人入嚟啦，我其實有好多 traffic 去睇到啦，有幾多人去玩啦，咁其實全部都係有 data 去 support 到，所以去睇有冇成功，其實就可以睇到，譬如話幾多人參與啊，咁就會睇得到啦。
有冇個指標嘅業界入邊？啲客點樣去量度一個叫做成功嘅 case 咧？
每個公司都唔同嘅，佢哋都會有自己嘅一啲key performance index 嘅，係啦。咁所以每次都會跟佢哋去探討咗佢個 performance 去到邊，咁然後就定咗個 KPI 係啲咩，然後再去 achieve 咯，咁樣嘅。
OK， 好秘密嚟嘅係嘛？
每間公司都唔同嘅。
有秘密嚟嘅。
係咁啱啱 Lennon 就講到，即係兩位都講到一個好重要嘅問題，就係喺 UX 入邊點樣去量度成功啦。同埋我哋都透過啱啱嘅 cases 又去解釋到呢一個design 佢背後嘅意念係點樣樣。咁其實呢一個意念咧，喺我自己過去嘅經驗或者我傾向會睇一個作品佢所謂好唔好咧，其實背後嘅意念咧係仲加重要過個 solution itself 咯。即係當我哋去解釋個 solution 係點樣樣嘅時候，其實聽嘅嗰一個人，咁對於各位嚟講，可能係各位嘅 professor 又好啦 ，peers 又好啊，或者將來工作嘅上司啊，去 interview 嘅時候都好，第一句問嘅咧，其實一定係你解決咗啲咩問題 ，instead of 個 solution itself。即係所以我哋喺 portfolio 一開始都會傾向就係話，一開始你話呢一件事情嘅背景係點樣樣，我面對嘅問題係乜嘢，我遇到嘅 challenge 係乜嘢 ，that's why 我用呢一個 solution 去 tackle 佢。咁但係個 solution itself 嗱，你話你 design 得好唔好？咁呢個當然會考所謂 UX 嘅一個 foundation 一個功夫啦。咁至於呢一度咧，我就 that's why 我會想提到就係話，如果大家去望向唔同嘅external 嘅 tech companies 啊，一啲大嘅 tech giants 啊，一啲 product company 啊，可能大家依家都會用嘅手機上面用得最常用嘅 apps，Airbnb、Uber，I guess 陸陸續續唔同嘅 banking 嘅 apps 都好啦，即係佢哋依家會有一個 trend 去 rephrase UX designer as product designer。咁當然我哋呢度講嘅 product designer 唔係話 industrial 嘅 product design。experience 係一個好闊嘅一個話題啦。咁但係我哋今日可能多數都係講話 digital 嘅 experience 啊。咁對於 digital 嘅 product design， 點解咁多公司依家傾向會 rephrase UX design as product design 咧？就係因為我哋再 further narrow down 呢一個 UX design 嘅呢一個範圍係點樣樣？我想 show 呢一個 case 咧，我哋可以撳去下一版，呢一度有個片啦。呢一個 case 咧，其實係嗰陣時幫HKJC 即係 Jockey Club， 好似 freeze 咗。咁呢一個 case 嘅背景係當初記得係2022年嘅時候 ，Jockey Club 佢一個25週年嘅一個 interactive 嘅 exhibition。咁我哋就最主要做一啲 design 嘅工作啦。呢一個 case 咧，其實係一個AR 嘅 game 嚟嘅。咁我哋會 work with 嗰度嘅一個 mural 嘅 designer 啦。咁呢一度佢 enter 咗個 interface 之後，你 allow 咗個 camera 去 screen 翻嗰個 mural 上面有唔同嘅一個所謂貼紙印記咁樣樣。咁其實我哋就會 show 翻每一個，譬如呢一個建築係大館，咁其實大館係Jockey Club 嘅一個 property 咁樣，咁就會講翻關於大館嘅啲背景。咁呢一個其實我自己覺得係一個好 typical 嘅 UI 同埋 UX design 嚟嘅。我哋 design 個 experience， 我哋 make sure 嗰個 user flow 係 smooth 嘅。你可以由頭行到落尾，我哋都會問一啲問題係話咁我 collect 咗所有嘅印記之後點樣咧？點樣為之個 flow 嘅 end 咧？即係我哋嘅 user 點樣去所謂 collect 嗰一個 gift 係 offline 啦，係 in reality 我攞住某一個 coupon 去 redeem 啊，定係我係一個 online coupon？ 咁呢個係一個好 typical 嘅 UX UI 嘅 design 啦。咁但係我呢度想問一個問題就係呢一個 case 佢 solve 咗咩問題咧？其實佢並冇 solve 任何 in reality 嘅問題，即係唔係我哋身邊嘅問題。其實最直 觀嘅一個 purpose of doing 呢一個 case 咧，就係去 raise HKJC 嘅 brand identity 個 brand awareness。呢個就係要直觀買。但係我哋可唔可以稱之為呢個係一個 product 咧？我哋唔會，因為佢係一個 campaign。其實對於 campaign 嚟講，佢嘅週期係比較短嘅，即係完咗呢一日25週年，有幾多個25週年？第一個25週年。咁我下一個25週年，我26週年，我再去做。其實呢個週期係比較短。咁佢其實係一個 marketing 嘅 campaign 啦。咁但係當我哋講到去 product design 嘅時候，即係 product design 就係講緊你嘅 target audience 係啲乜嘢。我哋經常講嘅一個 product cycle 係點樣樣。我由點樣為之個 start point， 點樣為之個 end point。當個 user 去到個 end point 嘅時候，點樣 guide 佢 as 一個 recurring 嘅 customer 翻去個 start point，keep 嗰個 user 喺個 loop 入邊。咁所以 that's why 我覺得可能對於大家青年才俊嚟講，係一個好critical 嘅 topic 去諗我哋做嘅呢一啲 experience， 可能從一個比較即係無聊嘅角度，點樣去 commercialize， 點樣去 monetize 嗰一件事，去令到可能大家嘅嗰個 big idea 可以更加去 scale up 到上去。咁呢一個就係我哋要諗嘅一個 product cycle 咯。咁下一個 case 咧就係講緊話。呢一個咧就係我哋幫芬夫人一個 startup 嚟嘅，咁佢哋所做嘅 product 咧，你會見到我未必會 show 嗰個 screen 出嚟，因為個 screen 係後話。呢一度我想 show 嘅係對於芬夫人嚟講，我哋做 product design 要搞清楚佢嘅 positioning 係點樣樣，佢嘅成個 ecosystem 入邊有啲乜嘢 key players 喺入邊。咁芬夫人簡單介紹下個背景，其實佢係幫一啲 SME 即係中小企去 access to government fundings 嘅，咁係一個可以話係financial service 嘅一個 startup 啦。咁喺去問政府 out funding 呢件事入邊咧，除咗嗰間 startup 即係佢嘅客啦，個公司要 out funding 啦，咁佢會有一啲所謂叫 service provider 啦，可能我哋 IT 嘅 vendors 要 provide 一啲 digital 嘅 solutions 俾佢啦。咁芬夫人咧，佢企喺中間咧，其實係一個 connector 嘅角色嚟嘅。呢一個背景咧，咁我哋依家想做嘅就係一個 proof of concept 咯。其實芬夫人想 introduce 一個新嘅 product， 就係可能大家唔知大家有冇接觸過一啲 business 嘅 content creator 啊，有冇上過去 LinkedIn 睇？其實 LinkedIn 有好多人都會即係話啊，我今日又揾咗個新工啊，呢樣教識咗我啲乜嘢。其實呢一個 content business 嘅 content creation 咧，喺social media 甚至係話成個 content creator 嘅界別嚟講，都係一個比較 trendy 嘅 topic 嚟嘅。好似 ByteDance 即係 TikTok 佢哋啦，係專門有一個 sector 係 work on professional 嘅 content creation 嘅。咁我哋呢一度所做嘅咧，就係想 leverage AI 呢一樣嘢，幫呢一啲 business 嘅 content creator 更加快咁樣去build 一啲 content 啦，邀請佢哋去 share 一啲 insiders 嘅 knowledge 啦，即係各行各業佢哋內部嘅人，佢可能知道一啲點樣去 out funding， 或者係點樣去 access to bank loan 啊呢一啲knowledge 去邀請佢哋 share 翻出嚟。咁喺另外一方面，對於 funders 嚟講嘅 user value 就會係令到佢更加容易去揾一啲更加有 potential 嘅business。去 provide 一個分俾佢。咁我點解去講呢一樣嘢咧？其實呢一個所謂嘅一個 product 嘅 cycle 啦，就係喺 product design 入邊比較 key 嘅一個 concept， 就係你點樣樣 provide user 嘅 value 俾唔同嘅perspective 唔同嘅 stakeholders 咁樣樣。咁所以我哋講 UX 講 UX， 咁其實 UX係我哋 ensure 個 end-to-end 嘅 flow 係 smooth 嘅，係 fun 嘅，係 innovative， 係 creative 嘅。但係 product design 我哋會講一啲更加 holistic 嘅 view， 我哋要知道個 product 嘅 background 係啲乜嘢啦，整出嚟佢個 position 係點樣樣啦，我哋喺成個業界入邊玩嘅係一啲咩遊戲啦。咁當然唔係話我哋又要知competitor 要即係我哋又要知個 operation 要點樣做啊，所有嘢要點樣做，咁就唔係 product design， 咁叫 CEO 啦。但係 product design 其實就係講緊話點樣去有一個更加 holistic 嘅 view 咁樣。咁下一個 slide 咧，可能我都好快講一講。下一個 slide 就係啦。咁呢一個 slide 咧，如果大家接觸 UX 得多，可能都會知道咩係 user research 啦。research 呢樣嘢 ，user research 又好 ，marketing research 又好。咁對於 user research 特別想強調嘅就係 user research 可能會問好多你 as a user 你想點樣樣啦
as a user， 我哋可以做啲咩令到你更加舒服啊？其實你見到 user 係 take 緊個 lead 嘅，咁我哋呢個可能會叫一個 user-centric 嘅 design 啦。咁但係從另一個角度去睇，如果我講個 product-centric 嘅 design 又係有啲乜嘢唔一樣呢？咁 product-centric 嘅 design 咧，我哋就未必真係會問我 user 你想點樣樣。其實對於 designer 嚟講，我哋更加需要嘅係 designer 嗰種 innovative 嘅思維，你點樣去 spot 到個 problem， 而你點樣樣去 propose 去解決呢一個 problem。即係其實Steve Jobs 就講過一句係話，其實 user 唔知自己想要咩。當你 provide 咗一樣嘢俾佢嘅時候，佢先知道自己想要咩咯。咁好似 Ford 嘅 founder， 其實佢都係話喺嗰個年代 Ford 未有嘅時候，你問啲 user 佢想要咩？佢想要跑得更加快嘅馬車，但係 Ford 佢又整咗架汽車出嚟。咁所以嗰陣時，如果我 focus 喺，如果 Ford 佢 focus 喺 user research 上面，我問啊你想點樣啦？佢可能最終就整咗一架跑得更加快嘅馬車咁樣，可能 breed 咗一個更加快嘅馬出嚟 ，instead of 真係整咗一架車出嚟。咁所以我覺得 product design 個 key 嘅 spirit 就喺呢一度啦。咁所以至於呢一個 research 簡單介紹下，就係其實係一個我哋幫 Shiseido Professional 日本做嘅一個 competitor 嘅 research 嚟嘅。咁我哋嘅角度咧，就唔係真係去睇個 user 佢哋點樣去諗啦。我哋喺嗰個 moment 咧就冇揾到user 去問啦。咁我哋就其實揾咗業界 Shiseido 嘅 competitor， 佢哋嘅 website 上面嘅 offerings 係點樣樣，佢哋 content provide 咗啲乜嘢，而去 compare。Shiseido 你應該要點樣樣去 further make 一啲 changes to 你現有嘅 digital channels 咁樣。咁所以可以見到係話呢啲全部都係product 同 product 之間嘅比較啦，係 business 同 business 之間嘅比較。咁係咯，希望即係我可能講嘅比較多，就會係一啲在 business 方面啲啊，希望冇悶親大家。
好啊，咁我就想問啲問題啦，如果係咁。喺你做好多唔同嘅 client 入邊嘅過程入邊啦，對 client 啦，點樣去接受一啲好比較 negative 嘅 feedback 咧？好多時都會有噶嘛。當你 develop 個 idea 嘅時候，你會點做嘅咧？
係，其實做一個 designer 真係需要一個好強嘅心臟啦，因為特別係依家當 product design 呢樣嘢慢慢俾人放咗喺個 spotlight 上邊咧，有好多公司tech 嘅 company 啊，佢哋 leadership 同 product design 嘅距離係更加近嘅，因為 product designer 佢需要直接同個 user 去講嘢啦，可能喺公司入邊 internal 嘅角度嚟講就係 operation team 啦，甚至係話 CEO 啊呢一啲咁樣嘅角色嘅人物咁樣。咁點樣去接受一啲 criticize 咧？其實好多都係要去。Again 都係要解釋翻個 reasoning 係點樣樣咯，即係當有 criticize 嘅時候，其實更加多唔係去 judge 話你呢一個 solution 你個 button 畫得靚唔靚啊，唔係呢啲，而係你點樣樣個推導嘅過程導致你有依家咁樣嘅 solution 出嚟。咁點樣去接受呢一啲 criticize 咧？其實通常呢啲 criticize 都好 logical 嘅，就通常會去，如果係講緊 UX 嘅話，係一個比較 logical 嘅推論嘅過程啦。咁未必係話好主觀，我覺得個顏色唔靚啊。咁有好多咁樣嘅 reasoning 去做翻嘅，所以我會話都係實事求是喺個 logics 入邊去揾一啲漏洞咁樣咯。
咩輪咧？
我都好贊成 CK 講嘅一啲睇法嘅。咁我會睇多少少就係究竟嗰個 negative comments 咧係好似頭先 CK 咁講啦，佢究竟係一個好主觀嘅一個問題，定係一個客觀嘅問題啦咁樣。咁有陣時我哋都會嘗試咧去戴翻佢頂帽啊，係啊，即係究竟從翻佢個角度諗，點解佢會有呢個咁嘅 feedback 咧？有陣時可能你都從翻佢個角度諗，你就會明點解佢會咁諗咯。因為好多時客戶嘅角度同埋我哋可能做 designer 角度，有時有少少唔同嘅。但係當你去翻喺佢嗰邊去諗嘅時候，可能你會睇到好多，原來佢可能背後有個 business 嘅一個concern 喺度，可能佢背後一啲原因喺度。當你了解咗之後咧，其實你可以將翻呢個 feedback 可能 convert 翻去一個好嘅 solution 都未定嘅。咁所以我覺得你可以嘗試下去從客人嘅角度去諗一諗個事情咯，係啦。
咁啊問多條問題啦嚇。咁你哋覺得嚟緊成個亞洲市場入邊或者 個最大嘅 trend 而家 UX trend 係點樣嘅咧？睇緊，司機先啦。
我覺得大家可以去更加放眼中國嘅一啲 digital solution 咯，咁同埋都去對比翻中國嘅 app 同埋海外嘅 app，即係點解特登將中國呢樣嘢抽出嚟咧？即係喺咁大個 APEC 啊亞洲嘅話，點解係中國係抽出嚟？因為中國嘅 digital solution 佢係做得比較極致啲嘅，即係佢係一個 typical 嘅一個案例，就係佢 sacrifice UI 啦。同埋 UX 啦，你用淘寶嗰陣，你可能會覺得好敏陣，但係你都係要用啦。咁其實佢就係個 feature，佢推得特別快。其實佢係一個好，我諗係 businessman 嘅角度去咁樣去睇。咁我覺得最大嘅 trend 除咗係可以參考下中國佢個 product iterate，即係佢不停去更新嘅嗰一個速度同埋方法之外啦，咁喺 industry wise 嘅話，我覺得會係當然係 environment 啦，咁一啲social 嘅 innovation。甚至係話 AI 啦，咁呢個係一個好大嘅 topic 嚟嘅。咁喺 AI 其實 leverage 到 AI 嘅話，係會令到整個 individual 嘅 entrepreneur 更加容易啊！即係大家要起自己嘅一啲project 啊，所有嘢都會更加簡單。其實咁 AI 佢都加快咗所有公司佢 operation 嘅速度啦。咁所以都可以思考下喺 UX 入邊點樣去運用 AI 呢樣嘢。
係啦，我都贊成，即係 AI 係我相信而家可能學生你哋都一定要去即係有嘅一個 skills 啦。咁我會再睇遠少少，就係我哋可能而家大家可能講緊嘅 UX/UI， 可能都係圍繞住可能係 mobile 啊 on screen 嘅情況之下。咁但係其實嚟緊嘅一個 trend， 可能嚟緊將來其實我哋講嘅 UX/UI 其實可能係冇 screen 嘅，講緊係一啲叫 voice 啊 voice 嘅 UI 啦。即係可能大家係諗，原來我係同一個 robot 去傾偈，或者去同一個 AI 傾偈，點樣嘅一個 experience 令到你可以更加快去達到你嘅一啲 solutions 咧。咁其實可能嚟緊將來我哋都唔需要睇個電話嘅，全部可能你講就得㗎啦。咁所以可能呢方面都可以研究下，究竟 voice 係個 flow 係點嘅咧？咩叫 voice 嘅 UI 咧？我覺得呢個都可以去係啦研究下嘅，大家係。
好的。好啊，咁借呢個時間咧，麻煩播條片啦，我哋係，咁亦都想分享下頭先除咗分享下啲片啦，我哋係，咁呢條片咧我就係、你見到係我哋一班同學仔嘅，因為嚟緊我哋 HADI 有個 user experience 嘅 program， 咁呢班同學仔其實係幫緊SMPTE 係咩嚟嘅咧？係一個美國 Society of Motion Pictures and Television Engineering 嘅一個會嚟嘅。咁我哋幫佢制定緊一個 virtual production 嘅一個工種嘅指南。點解 producer 可以喺佢哋譬如拍攝現場入邊，可以現場透過一個 iPad 一個 interface 或者一個嘢去揾到唔同嘅工種，究竟係個唔同嘅工種入邊嘅一個嘅功能啦，唔同工種入邊啲人嘅角色係做乜嘢？我哋就同佢哋合作咗3年計劃，可以係俾同學仔可以有多啲機會，可以透過呢個項目咧去發展佢哋嘅 UX experience。咁就呢個就係我哋想同大家分享嘅一啲片段啦，呢啲係。咁好啦，咁就去到呢個時間，去到呢度啦。咁我哋多謝兩位啦 ，CK 同埋阿 Lennon。咁就同大家分享咗咩叫 UX 啦，透過 case studies 去講緊而家成個 trend 係點樣 ，UI 同 UX， 但唔好再問個問題喎，咩叫 UI， 咩叫 UX 咯？已經知道，好應該知道，同學仔你讀緊 UX 或者嚟緊做緊嘅嘢係一個 UX designer， 係 more than UI， 好唔好啊？俾啲掌聲兩位，唔該。
Thank you, Lennon, CK, and Perry. Next, Travis Lee, lecturer in fashion and image design, will discuss the importance of design education via industrial collaboration and how it embraces universal values. A timely topic as we look towards how educational practices can embrace diversity. Travis, please.
Testing. Thank you, Sarah. Wow. Actually, I'm one of the 我做咩講英文嘅 ？Anyway，我係其中一個 coordinator 啦，for 今次個 VPET conference。咁好開心我去到差唔多尾聲。咁今日聽咗好多唔同嘅 speakers 啊，兩位 keynote speakers，very inspiring。Thank you so much. And I take a lot of photos of your slides. I hope I will not like leak it. Like I will aware the copyright. Okay. But anyway, thank you so much. I put it in Cantonese. Okay. I hope more students here could understand what I'm saying. Is I'm Travis. Okay. 我係Travis 啦。咁我係嚟自時裝及形象設計學系嘅 lecturer 嘅講師嚟嘅。咁今日咧，我會想講啲乜嘢咧？其實呢一度已經見到啦。Design Educations for Industrial Collaboration Embracing Universal Value。中文係有關設計嘅教育啦，有關同公司同業界嘅合作啦。Universal Value 係咩啊？一啲通用嘅價值。今朝其實Professor Rathna 講咗好多 about universal values。等陣間我都會有一啲東西，有一啲着眼點，有一啲 value 其實同今朝亦都係晏晝兩位 keynote speaker 嘅一啲講嘅嘢啊，一啲 vision 啊，其實都有一啲相通嘅地方。Design thinking 我唔呢個都唔算拋書包啦，基本上大家都係 designers，design students。你哋知得好清楚乜嘢叫 design thinking 㗎啦。今朝亦都有其中一個 guest speakers， 亦都講到乜嘢叫 design thinking， 係解決問題啦 ，problem solving 啦，講緊一啲創新嘅 ideas 啦。無論咩都係㗎啦，fashion 如是 ，media 如是，product design 如是 ，architecture、interior 室內設計等等唔同嘅範疇如是。我反而想講 fashion 嘅學生係比較少stick to design thinking 嘅，好老實講。因為好多時喺設計上面，我自己亦都係啦，好容易將個焦點放咗去靚唔靚啦，塊布個 hand feel 係點啊？但係諗真啲唔係，其實塊布個 hand feel 佢嘅重量其實係同嗰個人着起上嚟舒服係有關係嘅，亦都係以人為本，就係 human centre。咁所以上年我哋做咗啲乜嘢咧？突然間我會講。嗱，呢度亦都有講到 design thinking 嘅 process 咧，講緊係 empathize 有同理心啦，產生同你嘅顧客群啦，你想設計嘅你設計嘅嘢究竟會解決到啲乜嘢嘅問題啦，令到佢哋着，譬如做衫嘅話着得舒服啲啦，用嘅話用得舒服啲啦，解決一啲佢哋嘅問題。然之後5個唔同嘅 stage， 我諗大家都好了解啦。OK， 好快地講一講，跟住你可以 pinpoint to 一個問題，你 define 個問題，然之後解決佢。無論任何設計師都係咁樣噶啦。Idea 諗一啲 solutions 出嚟。OK， 可能幾個唔同嘅方法。OK， 但係當你諗到，又或者你去做 prototype 去 test 嘅時候，就揀邊一個 solution 可行，然之後做出嚟，甚至後來 commercialize。好啦，翻去 fashion 啦，翻去我之前上年嘅時候咧，其實有一個 project 咧，就係我同一班時裝設計嘅學生啦 ，high diploma in fashion design， 我哋同一間美國都幾出名嘅一間公司合作，就係 Target Corporation， 福布斯50大嘅全球嘅公司，其中之一間就係 Target Corporations。美國公司或者歐美嘅公司好強調佢哋公司奉行嘅一啲理念嘅 ，OK， 譬如講緊多樣性啦 ，diversities、equity 一啲公平性啦，inclusivities，OK， 然之後同佢哋去接觸嘅時候，佢哋成日有一個 term 係掛喺嘴邊嘅，就係 DEI 或者 DE&I，OK， 呢3個好重要嘅 value， 上年嘅時候植入咗我哋學生做設計嘅時候，佢哋個畢業作品一開始諗 idea 方向嘅時候嘅創作思維裏邊，佢哋亦都好好啦，俾咗一個獎我哋嘅，叫做一個 DE&I Award， 係一個我哋嘅唔同嘅講緊100個設計學生 ，OK， 100個時裝設計學生裏邊，究竟邊一個同學佢嘅作品係好能夠 embrace 到，好能夠擁抱到呢3個價值咧？好啦，
簡單啲，亦都將個 theory make it simple。New and better fashions， 我哋好多時就係講innovations。咁究竟條鎖匙係啲乜嘢咧？乜嘢叫 new and better 啊？頭先翻去我哋諗 design thinking 嘅時候，就係我哋要有customer empathy， 我哋想了解我哋嘅顧客群究竟佢哋需要啲咩，然之後做一啲創新嘅嘢俾佢哋，解決佢嘅問題，令到佢哋開心。有陣時未必真係一啲好解決日常問題嘅嘢嚟嘅，特別 fashions 啦，其實可能令到佢哋 pleasures， 佢哋每一日着衫容易啲着啊，已經係一個好嘅設計嚟㗎啦。咁但係中間要有好多 testing 啦。而我哋今次就係將嗰3樣嘢講緊 DE&I 變成一個 value， 切入咗佢哋諗嘢嘅過程裏邊。喺呢一度咧，我本身其實想請佢嚟㗎，係啊，佢12月嘅時候其實會嚟香港，不過下個禮拜。But anyway， 佢錄咗一條片俾我哋，去講翻今次呢一年咧，頭先講咧，同我哋 fashion design 嘅同學、時裝設計學系嘅同學咧，佢哋嘅合作，佢講出咗佢哋公司點解睇 DE&I 呢樣嘢覺得咁重要。
Hello, students and educators. My name is Dominic Miller, and I'm the Senior Director of Inclusive Design at Target Corporation. I've been with Target for 18 years now, with 31 years of design experience across apparel, accessories, and home. Target is the second largest discount retailer in the U.S. with over $100 billion in annual sales. So you can imagine that my team is constantly reimagining how we can offer innovative, guest-centered designs. So with that, I want to briefly share my thoughts on the importance of incorporating DEI education. In the demographic study, it's projected by 2030, 87% of the U.S. population will hold dimensions of difference across race and culture, gender, sexuality, aging, and cognitive and physical disabilities. As diversity reaches a tipping point, brands today have to face a new mandate. They must develop a more inclusive approach to stay relevant. Today, the spending power of diverse segment totals over $16 trillion. So designing with a DEI lens is a moral and a business imperative. So we focus on inclusive design. This means intentionally designing products that span economic, social, and cultural barriers. So at its core, inclusive design opens the door to everyone, no matter who they are. Within academic fashion spaces, a focus on inclusive design will prepare you for this more equitable landscape. You can design apparel products and services that accommodate a wider range of body types, abilities, age, and cultures, allowing a broader cross-section of people to enjoy your offering together. My call to action for you is to embrace DEI in design education. We should be asking ourselves how design and the business that we make of it becomes a part of what builds people up and brings them together. Thank you.
我忘記咗介紹佢。呢位女士係 Dominic Mueller， 係佢哋嘅 Senior Directors of Inclusive Design in Target Corporation， 係佢哋美國總公司有關佢哋一個包容性設計嘅 Senior Director 係啦。咁佢喺今次呢個 project 裏邊做一個推手啦，係啊，同我哋有一個差唔多1年中間嘅合作。中間佢亦都最尾邀請咗我哋嘅學生喺佢哋個公司嗰度做 sharing。咁稍後你會見到一啲花絮嘅，係。好啦，乜嘢叫 DE&I？ 頭先都講咗少少啦。diversities、equities 同埋 inclusivities 呢3樣我哋所謂嘅通用價值。今次喺呢個 project 裏邊，究竟點樣擺咗喺佢哋嘅 curriculum， 擺咗佢哋嘅課程裏邊咧？學生點樣將呢啲嘢植入咗佢哋諗設計啊、做 research 啊嘅唔同嘅情況之下咧？啱啱奧運喎，係啦 ，in Olympic Games。OK， 唔知大家有冇留意啦？喺個開幕禮裏邊咧，喺呢個塞納河上面嘅一條橋，有一個環節其實就係一個 fashion show 嚟嘅。咁縱使大家可能都會記得佢有一啲好 controversial 嘅東西喺裏邊發生，但係作為巴黎啦，一個時尚之都啦，一個 fashion capital 啦，佢攞咗時裝呢一樣嘢。行 show 裏邊其實係一啲唔同嘅 models 嚟嘅，入邊有唔同嘅國籍啦、唔同嘅體型啦、唔同嘅 background 啦、唔同嘅 status 啦，一啲唔同嘅人，佢請咗佢哋做 model， 然之後去行呢一個 show。喺一個咁重要嘅場合裏邊，佢哋透過 fashion show 去講有關 diversity 同埋 love。OK， 正正就係。Fashion 其實係一個好好嘅媒介，將 一啲通用嘅價值，講緊公平性啊，大家嘅唔同嘅 inclusivities 啊，包容性啊，展示出嚟。頭先阿 Dom 都講咗好多啦，我呢度攞翻少少 ideas 啦。佢講到其實講緊 DEI 呢幾樣嘢唔同嘅通用價值，其實係好多嘅商業嘅價值咯，亦都好有 potential。亦都係佢哋公司嘅理念，覺得喺佢哋嘅唔同嘅產品裏邊需要提到或者變成一啲佢哋設計方面嘅一啲好重要嘅一啲思想。咁呢度亦都會講多少少啦，即係譬如以往嘅 fashion 咧，其實好少考慮到一啲唔同嘅 body type 啦。OK， 但係其實我哋都係有唔同嘅體型，我哋都想着得靚噶嘛。咁呢一個其實都係好耐嘅一啲唔同嘅睇法。由20年之前講緊一啲好瘦嘅一啲 models， 真係佢哋變成染色症啊等等，到10年之後開始好啲啦。而家我哋甚至可能係要有一啲係素人 model 嚟嘅，我哋要一啲係非 professional 嘅 model 去展示時裝。其實已經係一個好唔同嘅改變，已經一個好大嘅一個進步。喺嚟緊嘅時候，喺設計方面，我哋可唔可以再做多一啲呢？頭先好多同事都有講到 project-based learning， 就係一個專題式嘅學習。其實專題式嘅學習同 design thinking 係好相配合嘅。咁所以你聽到我呢一度咧，其實會講多少少我哋點樣去引領住啲學生佢哋去做development 啊嘅時候，究竟我哋做咗啲乜嘢呢？ by 唔同嘅 stage 嘅時候，亦都有一啲唔同嘅階段嘅一啲成果俾我哋學生。亦都有一啲唔同嘅課堂啦 modules 喺入邊配合啦。講緊 semester 4同 semester 5咧，其實係成年講緊9個月嘅一個過程嚟嘅。咁呢一度唔詳細多講，稍後你睇片嘅時候睇唔同嘅 slide 你都會見到。我哋見到咧，其實 project-based learning 嘅2個 stage 啦，講緊 launch projects、build knowledge， 其實係正就係 design thinking 嘅頭2個階段嚟嘅。講緊你點樣去產生同理心啦，然之後點樣去 define 嗰個問題，然之後去做 research 啦。我哋見到佢哋個階段性其實係好吻合嘅，咁所以我哋去設計今次同 Target 呢一間公司呢一個合作嘅時候，其實都將2樣嘢糅合咗埋一齊。咁首先喺 Stage 1嘅時候 ，project launch 啦，佢哋一行人你見到好多佢哋 Target 嘅一班同事咧，其實嚟咗我哋學校咧，同我哋學生去做 sharing 嘅。咁佢哋講咗好多唔同嘅有關 DE&I 啦，譬如你見到盲人嘅一啲時裝嘅一啲 ideas 啦，佢亦都俾咗個 driving questions 我哋啦。而呢個 driving questions 咧，唔係我哋俾佢哋嘅，係佢哋公司諗咗而俾我哋嘅一個 topics 嚟嘅，亦都係希望建構一個公平啦，而且係有代表性嘅一啲唔同嘅 diverse talent， 即係一啲多元化性啲嘅一啲設計嘅理念啊等等，喺今次呢個 project 上面希望佢見到嘅。佢俾咗一啲唔同嘅 initial questions 我哋啦，會問我哋嘅學生你見到今時今日嗰個 fashion industry 有啲咩問題啊？你有啲乜嘢共鳴啊？你會喺透過你嘅 fashion collection， 你會想表達啲乜嘢啊？其實喺Day 1嘅時候咧，咁樣問我哋嘅學生，又或者喺佢哋嘅 PowerPoint 裏邊俾咗好多唔同個 latest 嘅 concept 啊，同埋 trend 啊，譬如講緊唔同體型嘅我哋需要照顧唔同嘅體型啦，講緊 LGBTQ 啦，講緊年齡嘅限制 in fashions 等等嘅嘢 ，mental health 啊各樣，其實係令到我哋學生一開始諗佢哋嘅時裝設計嘅 collection 畢業作品嘅時候咧，已經有好多落地而且 up to trend 嘅一啲 ideas 喺裏邊。咁所以去到第2個 stage 嘅時候咧，學生亦都好能夠將佢哋初頭target 俾佢哋 set 咗嘅一啲方向性咧，佢哋有好多唔同嘅一啲方向去作出佢哋 sketchbook 啊、research and development 嘅一啲研究。譬如有同學係想着重 address 一啲mental health 嘅東西啦，有一啲同學係講緊 sustainability 啦，有一啲同學係講緊佢哋同 nature 之間嘅關係啦，點樣樣去擁抱自然啦，等等。咁所以我哋見到其實喺呢2個 stage 裏邊咧，講緊點樣樣產生同理心啊。學生其實係有好多 connection 同佢哋嘅 target customer 佢哋想設計嘅一班受眾咧，有更加好嘅 understanding。另外，佢哋亦都能夠相對 define 嘅一個更加清晰嘅一啲方向，俾佢哋去做佢哋嚟緊嗰個時裝系列，究竟個方向係點樣去做？咁佢遇到好多 challenge 啦，當然，而嗰啲 challenge 亦都係未必係自己諗嘅。我哋中間係有一個 interim 嘅 critiques 嘅。同學其實好大壓力嘅，因為佢哋亦都面對緊佢哋嘅 senior managers 啊，去睇佢哋嘅 development 喺中間嘅時候，會唔會有一啲乜嘢可以再加強啊？有啲咩可以 refine 啊？會唔會可以精簡一啲嗰個 design problems 啊？等等，佢哋亦都 show 咗我哋好多譬如布嘅試片啊。佢哋衫嘅設計啊、個結構啊等等嘅嘢，咁中間呢一個部分其實好重要咯，亦都翻去我哋專題式學習講緊 PPL 嘅時候，係一個 stage 3，其實係佢哋做 development 嘅時候，佢哋會需要係接受 critics， 而唔係你自己做啦，你自己做啦，做到最尾交功課 ，OK 幾多分？我諗唔係一樣嘢啦。而家做好多 education 係希望喺中間，我哋除咗老師可以俾到 critics 佢哋，俾到 comment 佢哋去做 refinement 之外，係我哋會唔會引入到業界呢？而今次好有心 target 佢哋做咗呢一個角色。去到 stage 4嘅時候咧，佢哋會做一個 presentations 嘅，佢哋個 presentation 都幾漫長啊！突然間講緊幾個 slide 都係我哋唔同嘅學生嘅一啲 presentations。係一個我哋叫 prejudging 一個預覽啦，揀唔同邊一啲學生入我哋嘅 fashion show 嘅時候啦，我哋100個嘅學生將佢哋嘅時裝設計作品咧擺晒喺我哋對面嘅 gallery 裏邊，俾我哋嘅 judge 去評審、去評選，亦都係第一個機會俾佢哋去將佢哋嘅 projects 啦展示俾業界睇嘅。當然稍後亦都有另外一個啦，譬如有我哋嘅 fashion show 啦。頭先講緊100個嘅同學咧，其實入邊係有30個同學入咗 fashion show 嘅，而佢哋就係競逐緊我哋其中一個獎，就係頭先講嘅 D&I 呢一個獎。咁一啲花絮啦，佢哋亦都要幫埋 backstage 啦，佢要喺 after show 嘅 judging 去 impress 啲 judges 啦，等等。好啦，100個嘅學生裏邊，未必個個都好 D&I 嘅，但係我哋都揾到一啲好有代表性嘅一啲同學嘅作品。譬如突然間稍後會睇多啲嘅就係有一個同學係講緊糖尿病患者嘅一個collections， 點樣做一啲衫令到佢哋開心啲咧，着得舒服啲咧，出入醫院嘅時候唔會覺得嗰件病人衫係一件唔開心嘅事咧。OK，pollutions 啦，講污染嘅。講緊一啲colour psychologies 嘅嘢，講緊 nature 啦，講緊一啲小minority group， 講緊一啲弱勢社群嘅一啲議題啦，等等等等。咁我哋好開心，今年的而且確植入咗呢樣嘢，令到好多同學佢哋去諗設計嘅時候，多咗一份使命感，多咗一個 social responsibility 喺裏邊，多咗一個社會責任感喺裏邊。而呢一個 collection 咧，陣間可以講多少少嘅就係阿 Katrina 嘅 collection 嚟嘅，佢亦都攞咗最佳嘅針織獎啦，攞咗 Best Creativity Award。而 Katrina 就係呢位啦，佢亦都被邀請去翻 Target 佢哋喺香港嘅 office 嗰度去 present 翻佢個 collections。佢話翻俾人聽佢個創作思維係點樣樣，而呢一個正正我都係點解咁中意，又或者而家都繼續同 Target 呢間公司再去諗其他嘅合作，就係因為佢唔係只係覺得呢樣嘢係 one off 嘅，佢哋覺得有一啲嘢係可以 take from students 嘅，佢哋覺得有一啲嘢係可以學生反而 inspire 到佢哋嘅同事嘅，而你見到其實佢嘅同事亦都好 active 咁樣樣，真係想問我哋同學啊，究竟點解你會係咁嘅？呢啲設計係點樣樣㗎？你中間有啲咩 challenge 啊等等。咁喺呢一度咧，呢一條片咧其實唔係為咗今日而錄嘅，呢一條片係 Katrina 同 Target 嘅 representative 佢哋嘅代表對談嘅時候，將呢條片送翻去佢哋美國公司一個大會裏邊播出嚟嘅。OK。咁大家可以聽下Katrina 有啲乜嘢分享。
Tell us about your story and inspiration behind your final project.
Yes, my final project, the film is about diabetes. Why I'm doing this film is because when I was young, I had diabetes, and I would decide if collection is because hospital uniform is very boring. The color is very dark. So I decided this collection is very colorful to let them feel very happy and comfortable to wear.
So Katrina, would you tell us about the challenge that you faced throughout the project?
I think as a designer, need to think I do this film is about diabetes, so I need to think what patient is need or what yarn is comfortable to them to wear.
I really like you think about what the patients need and then also materials that can let the patients feel more comfortable and ease. So throughout this project, what resonated you most in this DI project? What did you learn?
Because I'm doing the film is about diabetes, also I'm the diabetes people. I think the fashion is not about how this coat is good or beautiful. I think it's need to let people feel healthy or comfortable with the clothes they wear.
Thank you, Katrina。我諗我哋今次如果冇呢一個 project 嘅時候，佢唔會用呢一個思維，又或者得出一個咁樣嘅結論嘅。當佢做完晒所有嘢嘅時候，咁我好開心今次能夠感染到一部分嘅同學，希望更加多啦。我見到嘅至少係一部分，佢哋係真係諗 design 嘅時候係有植入到一啲新嘅價值，係好幫到佢哋之後嘅成長之路。咁呢一度有一個好 short 嘅 conclusion， 所以一個好短嘅一個結論俾大家。我覺得今次喺叫做將佢注入咗價值呢一樣嘢啦，其實係好幫到我哋做設計嘅學生。我相信除咗 fashion 以外、時裝以外嘅一啲其他學生都係，當佢開始去諗特別喺初頭做 project development 嘅時候，其實個影響係好大嘅。當佢有一個好嘅 foundation， 當佢有一個好嘅基礎嘅時候咧，佢會知道之後做嘅任何決定乜嘢叫啱，乜嘢叫錯。特別喺同理心頭一個 stage， 第二個 stage define 兩個 design thinking 嘅一個 process 裏邊，我哋見到我哋嘅同學佢會有更加強嘅批判性嘅思考，佢哋會產生更加多idea， 從而做一啲設計係更加有 impact， 更加有影響力。佢哋能夠 define 到一啲更加落地嘅答案或者解決辦法啦。佢哋會能夠將自己嘅思維更加將同社會責任啊等等嘅嘢扯上關係。好開心上一年嘅呢一個 project， 我哋認為喺課堂裏邊，其實我哋係建立咗一個更加好嘅 teaching and learning 嘅一個環境，令到我哋嘅學生更加培養到佢哋有更加 ethical 啦，有道德觀念啦。更加係一啲會 concern sustainability 可持續性啦等等。佢哋會變成一個更加係有社會責任嘅一個設計師啦。我哋亦都希望我哋持續落去同一啲唔同嘅公司，將一啲通用嘅理念注入嘅話，係能夠令到將來嘅設計師，又或者畢業自我哋 HPDI 嘅一啲設計師，佢哋能夠去做到一啲更加有影響力啦。更加同個社會嘅聯繫更加強嘅一啲設計 ，fashion 亦好，其他嘅一啲範疇亦都好，嘅一啲設計出嚟，去影響更加多嘅人。我今日嘅分享嚟到呢度為止啦。Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. To wrap up today's session, please join me in welcoming back our keynote speakers, Professor Ramanathan and Professor Xin, to the stage for forward-looking discussion moderated by Keith Tam. Welcome.
center. I knew you were going to do that.
Taking center stage. So let's do a little wrap up of what we've discussed today. Did we manage to explore current contexts and explore alternative futures of design practices and education? What do you think?
I think, yes, we talked a lot about, captured very much all the topics we need to talk about for design education and for future young designers. So that part, I'm very happy for what I have heard today. Only one thing I would like to remind students and the professors here. It's good that we are looking forward. We reflect what we had gone through. We reflect the past. But don't forget the past is very valuable. And also, especially when we talk a lot about sustainability, that relates so much to environmental concerns and DEI, the social responsibilities. And some people began to question, is user-centered design still relevant? So for me, as both an educator and a professional, I think user-centered design is still very, very relevant. We are a human being. Human-centered design supports us to being human. At the same time, we are oftentimes a user of products and services that support our everyday activities. So there is sometimes we hear a lot, user-centered design is no longer relevant. That's not true. It's still relevant, but not enough, because we began to care more things than just what our typical traditional everyday tasks. So that's one thing that I would like to start.
Yeah. And Rathna?
I think you did very well in having a really ambitious topic, challenging us to say that, we must shift. And I think that every speaker, every person who spoke about it reflected on that from a disciplinary or professional point of view. So I think there was something there about the embedding of that. I think in every single talk I heard about values.
Yep.
And coming from India myself, so I'm referring to the point that Professor Xin is making about past. I think that when you come from a colony, and I think Hong Kong, very similar to India, and when we are educated in design, I think that there are a lot of those values and frameworks that come from a Western disciplinary perspective.
Yes.
And I think for me, the reflection on today is that it's values, culture and values that help us embed a local context and provide a pathway through that. And I guess it's not saying this is bad and this is good. I think that discipline allows us a framework, but we are the content providers. And so we have a choice about how we approach that content. And I think culture and values are ways in which we can make that difference happen. I think so discipline is taught, but discipline is also profession. And in our professions, we still work in silos. We work in, only in these contexts. So I think some of the work, for example, that we just saw from Travis, for example, tries to break through those silos.
That's right, yes.
Tries to break through how, for example, clothes are even labeled or designed, and to start to kind of challenge some of those stereotypes. So I'd say you've given us a great start,
Mm.
but we must share the responsibility.
Yes, that's
you
right.
know, as an audience and as speakers, of taking that action on and thinking about what it is that we could do within our own professions and disciplines.
Breaking barriers definitely is very important. I think I really appreciate how CSM is trying to work horizontally across the classical disciplines of design. I think also service design as well. User experience and service design, you know, has the ability to, well, it really needs to work across horizontally the traditional disciplines of design.
I mean, I would say it's not an easy thing. I think because change is always hard. We had a fashion project. I can't necessarily mention who the external was. Our students refused to do it.
Okay.
So they refused to do the partnering because they felt that actually the company had not taken enough climate responsibility. So they just said, actually, you know, so it wasn't a mandatory project. So there's something there, again, I think in Travis's presentation about the ethics of who we engage with.
Yes.
And I think, you know, Benoit also mentioned, I say no to projects.
Yes, right.
And we spoke about learning to say no.
Yeah.
So I think perhaps we could start maybe one action that we can all take after this conference is learning to say no.
Yep, right. I think that's a very good takeaway. I think learning to say no, or I mean, the think about value before we accept design projects or who we work with. I think it's very important as well. I think value. In the performance, they mentioned price, cost, and value. I think that's really sticking in my mind. I think it's really worth thinking about a lot deeper. And another thing that I think really stuck with me was the idea that we need to think in terms of systems. Things don't happen in isolation. You know, in services and products, user experience design, you know, in designing an organization, you know, in leadership, I think these are all very, very relevant because we need to increasingly think less in terms of discrete objects and things, but an interrelated system of complexity, basically, that we need to navigate through. I think that really stuck in my mind. Yeah.
Let me come back to the break the boundaries, the topic, just a little bit on top of that. I like very much how you told the story of Chancellor Martin, identify themes, for instance, cultural, system, materials, they are themes that help connect all topics together. And those topics right now, they're either topics of everyday life or topics that connects to professions. And then we've identified the shared themes behind all those topics. Interestingly, a theme, when it becomes a shared something, after a while, a theme can later become a topic. But this takes decades. 100 years ago, Bauhaus, its curricula, now sometimes we even look at those courses as individual segmented, but actually they were themes of 20th century.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So we have to understand those were themes. And now we identify new themes. So themes and topics, they go in cycles. But we have to understand certain times of history based on social, economic, technological changes. Themes do change.
Yeah.
I appreciate you mentioning that because we have a 5-year limit on the themes.
Right.
We've got to go back after 5 years and check if the themes are still relevant or whether we need new themes.
Right, yeah.
Culture, I don't know, this is not, maybe a secret, maybe not. Design issues are trying to develop new themes. That's after I joined the design issues editor team.
Right.
I was asking the other editor members why we were here at the first place. reflection of design, practice design education. But then I said, now I think we have enough reflection on what we have done in 20th century, but the context has been changed.
Yeah.
I think we probably need to identify new overarching big themes for design issues.
Yeah.
To move forward, design issues was about reflecting. For the past, now we're in 21st
Issues
century.
evolve, issues emerge, and they fall out of the radar. I think it's only natural that we.
I think though, if you're a student, I think you could feel a lot of that burden of having to carry that, because you're in education and you have to go out into the job market. I think a balance is really important. You have got to be pragmatic. You've got to earn and put a roof over your head and feed a family. So keep that balance, I would say. But there is something very special that we as creative people can offer. That is collaboration.
Yeah.
That's thinking outside of the box. That's experimentation. We're not afraid to fail. Yeah, something has to die too. So we're always iterating. So when you bring that creative attitude to anything, so for me, I bring it to leadership, for example.
I very much
totally
agree with
changes
that. Yeah,
It totally
organization.
changes.
and
Yeah. So then you get less fixed in something, but I think there's something about practice that's very, very important to kind of keep bringing.
I agree. And I think I want to also underline what you said about culture and how we need to develop an appreciation and develop the Asian perspective, or Hong Kong, mainland China, Asia, the rest of the world. I think it's an old saying, but I mean it's still relevant. Act locally and think globally. I think this is still highly relevant. And also should I say, get back the narrative a little bit about modern design or contemporary design from this part of the world, from Asia. I think this is all highly relevant and very important for us to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that our stories are hidden.
Yeah.
And often we speak about them in the local context. So I think our job really is to be able to tell the stories, use the social for good intent, and get that out. So use the social in a sense of telling meaningful stories about local context.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Any other final remarks that you would like to conclude with?
Final remarks for students. We talk a lot about the greater context and overarching themes and values. Don't forget, your career starts from here.
Yeah.
Then there. So it's important we talk a lot about general themes. At the same time, you need to be a special, unique person. When you want to work in teams, when you are looking for team collaboration, you need to be someone unique that can contribute to the team. So don't forget, you also need the down-to-base skills.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, job ready. We always say job ready, especially in VPET. Job ready, but also future ready, because the future is so unpredictable. That resilience, those transferable skills that can take students, after 5 years, 10 years, the unpredictability is very important. Yeah.
I would say probably two things. I would say keep in conversation with yourself and with others. So there's something called reflective practice. I always say I write a lot to myself, first impressions. So I think making sure that you keep that as a practice is really helpful. And then save up all your money and travel. I don't think you'll ever regret it.
Expand
you learn so
perspective
much.
is so
Expand your
important.
perspectives. Yeah. Just I think that's the thing that's benefited me the most, is going to different cultures and contexts.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, you have to go to a supermarket.
Or a street market.
Or a street market.
Wet market. Yeah.
Or a wet market.
Yeah, we call it wet market here.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you very much, Rathna and Xin, for your insights and for the really open and enriching dialogue that we've had today. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause.
And thank you, Travis, as well. Thank you.
And we've forgotten to address, actually, we have we've been live actually all day. So if you've been watching on YouTube or Facebook, thank you very much for being with us online. And actually, I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizing team of the makeshift VPET Design Forum. So the forum coordinator, Travis Lee. Travis. And graphic design, Darvis. Is Darvis around? Darvis, yeah. Say hi to everybody. Thank you very much. And for exhibition coordinator, Joe Zhang. Joe is here. For front of house, Eddie, yeah. Eddie, and also marketing and promotion, Rebecca Lee. Yeah, Rebecca, thank you. And him is him here? No, okay. And stage management, Anton Chan. Do you want to come out from the backstage? And also Edward Ha. Anton, come out. Yeah.
Come on, you have to come off the stage.
You have to come off the backstage. Anton, say hi to everybody. Is Edward around? Or is he at the back? Yeah. Edward? Yeah. Okay. That was quick. Have I missed anybody? Is Angus here for the camera work and the live? Okay, but thank you for the team, for your hard work today. And also our MC, do you want to come out? Sarah Tong. So it's been really great working with this tight-knit team in the past 6 months or so to put this together. So hopefully we'll see you all in I guess 2 years' time, right? Oh, why? Every 2 years. So every 2 years, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We have come to the end of the day 1 of the forum. For those who signed up for the special interest group tomorrow, we will see you at 9:30 at the Studio Infinity inside the Learning Resources Center on the 7th floor. Goodbye.